that you're casting it on. So it has that same kind of witch bolty, kind of aspect to it.
Yeah, and then even if they pass their check, you do a little bit of damage. And
yeah,
definitely wanted to add the thing where they're two more sizes larger than you. You can't just restrain an ancient dragon.
Yeah.
Come on,
that's a little nonsense.
You could also do a thing where maybe if you cast it at above a certain level, it can affect a creature of any size. Like if you cast it above 7th level or something, you can affect a creature of any size. But that's up to you. But if you wanted to have that kind of like it's limited to a certain range of creature sizes, that's also fine.
Yeah.
Kind of like it's one of the I think it's the Blood Hunter's Blood Curse of Binding. When you amplify it, it can affect a creature of any size. Or something like that. It's one of them.
I'm kind of surprised you gave it to Sorcerer, honestly. But I mean, it does look like you just gave it to all the arcane classes.
Pretty much. Like, I didn't give it to Bard.
Yeah. Because Bards don't have a whole lot of damaging spells, and the ones that they do are usually, like, things like Dissonant Whispers or something like that. This is the psychic damage stuff. Yeah, 1 foot of metal chain. I like the material component. That's real good. That's real good.
And like I feel it's really powerful the fact that it restrains and also because I also put in that it prevents teleportation, interplanar travel.
Yeah.
From anything that's not stronger than the spell itself, but like the fact that like you're almost locked in place, and the fact that it occupies an unused arm. I felt was a signal, good enough drawback to balance that powerful out.
So it's like can't, I mean, again, that's one of the things where, for like more physical activities, that would definitely make sense. But for spellcasting, in nowhere that I can see in spellcasting rules does it specify that you need both hands to do somatic components. So
correct. Yeah, you need at least one hand. That's why I feel like now this hand is occupied, so you have to be careful of what you're doing with the other one. And now you can't, if you're holding a staff in your right hand and this is in your left, now you might have to drop the staff to chug a potion or something like that.
Yeah, or you have to not do any spells that have somatic components. Which, good fucking luck, there's not a lot.
Which, I mean, if it's like your wand or something in your other hand, you can still do it with that, I think.
Yeah, because wands, I think, can also be spellcasting focuses, so they can, you can do the somatic components through them.
And then that gives okay, now there's a good reason to have Warcaster if you got to, with another hand. And...
Yeah, that's a really good spell for somebody who's some kind of Warcaster or Eldritch Knight or something. That's a really good Eldritch Knight spell, actually. Now that I think about it, because it forces somebody to stay near you, it restrains them, so it makes your melee attacks much better. Oh, I see what's happening.
I forgot we started in combat.
Is that? I should have just done. I think I did it right. Shuffle.
No, you're fine.
Okay. Good. So, yeah, Vorm.
I was gonna cue up the city music, but I'm like, oh wait.
First off.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Vorm. Are you driving or are you home?
Nope, we're here.
Nice. So as dawn breaks over the port of Provos, Ren rises early and goes to deliver Ambassador Siliquin's warning to Baelite. She takes the ambassador's word quite seriously and begins to break camp. Ren asks if she has any knowledge of the Tower of Ael Seren, to which she replies she knows it only to be a ruined tower, but that the area is plagued by storms. As he returns, the others are enjoying a hearty breakfast made by Aelis Renaud. Octavian spots Varn sleeping in his cart, and the two have a heart-to-heart about what it means to lead and the nature of their missions. They agree that they are stronger together, and they will assist each other on their respective goals. Deflator, Octavian, Ren, and Varn proceed inside the Forgotten Ingredient. As they discuss their next move, Varn sees a figure playing with Tufa. He then meets Lilmin Bafflestone, who continues to remark that it is a good day for bread. She asks Varn to reroute a shipment to her Uncle Barney, which is being loaded at the docks bound for the hold. The group travel to the Cheese Right, where he offers his protection and friendship in exchange for a small favor. They are to protect a courier while he delivers a message in the Green Quarter. Octavian and Varn go on this mission and follow a gnome named Bizzo to a warehouse. He says to stand back as he delivers this message, and promptly throws a flask at the warehouse, which they learn belongs to Stab, which promptly bursts into flames. Goblins give chase, but Octavian and Varn make it past the gates into the Cheese Quarter unscathed. Meanwhile, Deflator and Ren discuss their impressions of the Cheese Right and pick up Ren's spyglass from the Glazier, which causes him to ponder his time aboard the Sunder. Deflator warns Ren that one should let their past shape them, not break them. They stop by the Temple of Valkyr and meet the Sojourner, who is preparing for a sermon, then proceed to the Mythalqua. Turn that music down a smidge. They run into Octavian and Varn, who report the Cheese Right tricked them into becoming accessories to arson, as Ren indicates his amusement. Varn notices the ship Lilman mentioned and is able to sneak up and check the crates. Using his hatchet, he opens a box and sees it full of weapons of fine dwarven weapons and armor. Deflator uses her forgery skills to make a fake manifest, rerouting one box to Bafflestone, and using the scroll of disguise self they received from Danric to impersonate a sailor, and swaps the parchment. Finally, boarding the Mythalqua, they meet the captain, a dwarven female who introduces herself as Brilwyn Heartmaster. Mr. Candle, everyone's favorite tabaxi, yes, emerges from the shadow, glad to see the group alive and well. They learn that there is an ancient pact, the Day of Arms and Bread, which ensures balance between the elves, humans, and dwarves in Halcyon. The abbot is making the claim that the elves have attacked and demands the dwarves honor the pact and make war on the elves. Candle suspects that the abbot has gone as far as to encourage the orcs to push farther south into dwarven territory, forcing them to accept the help of the abbot's paladins, but Brilwyn thinks this is a step too far. Candle reasserts his goal to avoid becoming a rug on the abbot's floor. Brilwyn explains that she knows the elves have not made war, but her uncle, leader of the Heartmaster clan of Vanderrool, feels honor-bound to follow the other clans who have bought this false bill of goods, including the Gold Anvils, another powerful clan of dwarves who rule the ancient underground city of Rin. The party makes their way back to meet Elise and prepares to leave port when they are ambushed by a pack of Stab soldiers looking to take revenge for the bombing of their warehouse. I don't mean to talk it up, but that made it sound like an awesome session. I'm just saying, like,
It was actually pretty good.
when you put it all together like that.
Nerds.
Yes. So
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure all of our characters eat, sleep, and breathe. So
they do. So they are super nerds.
yeah, they're fucking nerds.
So as you are proceeding down the street from the docks towards the market quarter, you see 6 goblins come out from an alley, and they yell across, and they say, "You, human, you had a message for us? We have a message for you from Stab." And they start to walk towards you.
Ren just gives a very deep sigh, like, and just turns and just stares at Octavian for a moment while the goblins are walking towards them.
You want to talk to them, Ren? I'm open to suggestions, but honestly,
Ren will walk forward with his kind of like his arms up, and do I'll say, I don't know, something like, I believe there might be a misunderstanding that could possibly be cleared up.
This one would step forward looking at you, Ren, and say, "How misunderstand burned our house?"
That was unfortunate. as you see the old man behind you, he's my friend. Um, he's not all there in the head anymore. And he really had no idea what he was doing, and he was taken advantage of by that terrible cheese right. You know, we went for a meeting, and he talked a lot of words, and I don't know about you, goblins. I'm not a fan of words, but he got in inside the head of my friend here, who, as I said, he's not there. He needs full-time care at this point.
I am glaring daggers at him from behind his back.
And
yeah.
And we'd be happy to try and make this right, as he didn't do the firebombing itself, but he was a party to that, and I know if he understood what he did, he would deeply regret it.
He would take another step forward, point to Octavian, and say, "Oh, he's sick, huh?"
Yes, he's strong of body, but fairly weak of mind.
Roll deception.
Is it deception or persuasion? Because honestly,
It's deception, because it's definitely a
Well,
lie.
well, we definitely have to roll to see if Octavian has dementia, and then we can determine whether it's deception or persuasion.
You say Octavian's old. He's only old in human years. He looks 30.
I want to welcome Ivan to the stream. Thanks for checking out our game.
and look, it's the same bonus either way, so 0.
Fun.
Oh, great.
It's not bad. 13's okay.
Okay.
For goblins.
Oh. As if killing the bard impresses us. Thank you for the follow, Ivan. Yeah, so our story centers around this doddering old man, Octavian.
You're having a fucking laugh.
We need to get to the market quarter to get him a case of Ensure.
Oh, God.
He's got his last pair of Depends on right now.
Oh, you had to go there.
Jesus Christ. All right, so we've had enough fun with the bird jokes. Now it's time for the Octavian is the oldest one of the group jokes.
Yes. So with the 13, the goblin kind of turns to the others, and he kind of says something in Goblin. Varn, if you want to roll perception, you might have caught it, but
I certainly do.
They all start laughing and pointing at Octavian. Oh my goodness! You would have clearly heard him say in Goblin. Usually, the cheese right doesn't pick the old feeble ones. He must be getting desperate.
Varn would snicker at that. He would look to Octavian and just go and kind of wave it off like, yeah, it's not important.
He would step forward a little bit more and say, well, if he's sick and he's sorry, we won't kill you all, but you have to pay for the warehouse. You have to pay for us to fix it.
I didn't do shit. Not my fucking problem.
He says, 50 gold, we let you live. And we'll tell Stab that Cheese Right has weak, feeble old man doing his dirty work now.
I throw up my left hand. Let us live. You mean to let yourselves live?
So you have summoned forth your glaive?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Did you already have
Can
it?
I roll intimidation?
Sure. Did you already have it, or did you just summon it?
I guess I just summoned it.
Nice. So
Does anyone have distort value?
No.
I do.
Oh.
You do?
Yeah, it's the first spell I took.
wow.
It's actually in my
Give him a single
backstory.
gold- Give him a single gold piece and have it distort value.
I think it has verbal components, though.
So? You're just placing a blessing on the gold.
Oh, true. Oh, it's only verbal components.
The intimidation does.
Yeah, I did already roll the intimidation.
Ivan, congratulations on your can of gamer fuel. Fuel like a gamer. Tonight's game is brought to you by Mountain Dew Gamer Fuel.
God.
It's what is it? It's domination in a can.
It's
Oh, I
wishful
got 3
thinking that
wishes.
we're actually. It's wishful thinking that we're actually sponsored by them.
Yes, and your first wish was for a can of gamer fuel. Here you go.
No, my first wish is that we actually got sponsored by Mountain Dew Gamer Fuel.
That would be pretty great. That would be pretty great. So, would you just refresh me what's happening? So, Deflator is intimidating the goblin. Is there something else happening with restored value, or are we resolving the intimidation?
It was a suggestion.
No, but it's an idea in my head now. It's brewing.
Okay, so I feel like Deflator, as you pop your glaive into existence, and you did roll, I think with a 17, I think he would take a step back and say, "Oh, you're strong. Cheesewright should have hired you. You want a job?"
Oh, fuck. What do I
Does
say?
it pay?
I'm gonna step up next to Deflator and just kind of look around and assess the situation and just internally sigh and just go,
Nope.
Have you-
Nope. I know what to say.
have you fine gentlemen seen a what was
Puppy?
Bizzo? He was a halfling or was he a gnome?
He was a gnome. Bizzo the gnome.
Have you seen a gnome named Bizzo? We were supposed to meet for tea after that job. And I say it very loudly too, as if I can't control my own volume.
So they would turn and start talking again in Goblin, and Varn, you would a little bit louder this time. You get the impression that they know Bizzo and they know where he lives.
Okay.
Get fucking sold out, bitch. I don't care. I don't know this guy. I don't like him.
The cheese rate was extorting him.
I don't know that.
Yeah, he did it because under duress. You did it willingly.
Thank you.
I
Ivan.
Oh
was
wait. Okay.
Sure.
You know what?
He's the one
Yeah,
who did
I'm
it,
gonna-
though.
Wait. I think I. Okay, that's a silver piece. Never mind. I thought I had platinum pieces. All right. I'm gonna pull out a gold piece, and I'm gonna say some arcane shit, some words, and it's gonna be really shiny now.
Varn is going to go after me.
It takes a minute to cast, though.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
It does.
It's not an action. Oh, that sucks.
Never mind.
Fight time! Fight time!
I don't think
We'll
we can
just
buy
huddle
a minute.
together, make it look like we're trying to go and combine all our gold. Roll a minute and say, "Here you go. Here's a gold piece. It's actually worth 50."
They are talking amongst themselves a little bit right now, so I mean, you have a moment to think.
I don't know how necessary that is.
I think we're fine.
Yeah.
All right. So the lead one turns back to you and says to Deflator, "If you want some easy work, you come find Stab."
I'll keep that in mind in case I need any extra gold.
Speaking of gold, let's go.
So I right up to Octavius, like, well, I think you owe them.
What?
Let's give them 50 copper and call it gold. Make it really
I
shiny.
don't have copper, fortunately.
Well, that's
Um,
unfortunate.
I have silver. I could give him silver.
And 5 silver claim its copper, claim its platinum.
God, if only I was a transmutation wizard. Just like, oh, this 50 silver, now it's gold. Why should I have to? Hold on, I'm not even doing the accent. Why should I have to pay these men? They threaten us. I didn't do the fire. That was Bizzo. I was just there. I would have stopped him if he wasn't so squirrely.
Octavian.
Hmm?
Walk forward and like eventually you should fall over and I'll get help.
You're gonna have to make a persuasion check on Octavian.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I don't like trying to do persuasion checks on players, but I mean, if you want me to do that, I'll do it.
You're really gonna have to. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's see how bad this gets. Oh, okay.
Rolling insight.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, isn't it insight versus persuasion generally?
I think
Yeah.
so. Usually, yeah.
I'll just kind of step forward and just look at them. Just gonna say, I can't pay you, gentlemen. Bizzo's the one who has the money. I was supposed to meet up with him after he got our money from the cheese right. I'm sorry. You'll have to forgive me. People take advantage of me.
The goblin in the front would say, "We go get money from Bizzo, but if he doesn't pay, we're gonna come back for you."
I didn't do any. I'm just.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
He's very much resisting the urge to just run up and stab this fucking guy.
He says, "Speaking of stab, he told us gold or blood."
Well, I don't rightly know how much my blood is worth. Certainly, and then he's gonna drop the accent. Certainly more than yours.
This one back here says, "Come on, me getting bored. Let's go kill the gnome." And this one says, and the lead one seems to agree, and he says, "We'll be back for you. You better hope the gnome has the money." And they look like they're about to leave.
I would say, Octavian, the cheese right paid you up front. You certainly have it.
I go, fine, you little fuckers wait right there. And I go and I reach into my pack and I don't hand it to you. I throw 50 silver on the ground.
We have a request in chat to football kick a goblin to the sky.
I'm about to.
As you throw the gold... Oops, what did I just click? The gold down, you'd see them run forward and start scurrying
silver.
around.
I said silver.
Oh, silver. They start gathering it up. I thought you said it was gold. So
Nope.
how much did you throw down?
It's 50.
50 silver?
Mm-hmm.
That's 5 gold.
Yep.
They gather it up. The lead one says, "Not enough. We'll get it out of the gnome."
It's all I have. It's all I was given.
He
Ren will
points...
cover the rest. And yeah, Ren will cover the rest.
Oh. Great. So you have... It appears as though you've successfully paid them off. I can't believe you avoided that combat. Well done.
Hey, Ren.
Yeah.
You know, if we kill them, we can get our money back.
Don't we have more important things to do than play in the dirt with goblins?
True enough.
Important? Maybe. But I don't think there's anything more fun than this.
Well, Ren's gonna throw down a sack of money to the goblins with, I guess, 45 gold in it. Look at Octavian and say, "You're pathetic," and walk off.
Fine. Be that way.
The goblins gather up the gold and they say, "Very smart, you pay. You stay away from stabs businesses." And then Varn, are you hiding, or do you appear to be? Are you just kind of standing in the street?
Varn has stepped back.
Okay, yeah, they don't seem to notice you, and they turn to leave.
The cheese right then stabs. I'm saying this to Ren. The cheese right then stabs rivalry is none of my fucking business.
You
I-
made it your business.
All I wanted to do was have a guarantee that we would have safe harbor here, but apparently none of that is worth anything. Clearly, it's not worth. People simply take. Tired of people taking advantage of my kindness, trying to help, trying to do the right thing, but it seems as if people do not respect the lengths.
Hi, Dash. What's up?
People do not people will not respect my role. Things were so much simpler when all I had to do was follow orders. I'm sure you know what that's like.
I prefer thinking of for myself than following orders now that I've had a chance to do it.
We're encouraged to think for ourselves, but sometimes when it comes from the Emperor, we just have to do it.
Groupthink is bad, Octavian.
Groupthink keeps people safe.
Safe does not always mean better.
It's better than being dead. Come. Let's drop Mr. Candle off at Alis, get Varn's crossbow, and get the hell out of this city. I imagine Candle just, like, scurried into an alleyway for a moment.
He was actually back on the ship.
We said that he needed to come... He offered to protect, or to look after Alis.
Oh, okay. I don't think he realized that he was doing it right now, but okay.
Well, we're gonna leave very soon, so...
Okay, so his plan was to wait till you got back and then go over and...
Does he know where she is?
Well, yeah, he knows where the Forgotten Ingredient is.
Okay. Well, my idea was to introduce Alis to him, but alright, if that's what he wants to do.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We can... That's probably what we went with anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, so
Okay.
he was kind of near Varn, peeking out from behind the building, sort of watching with his hand on his sword, and he lets out a sigh of relief, and he says, "Well done, talk your way out of that. It's hard to talk down stabsmen. Is a good job."
Would have preferred to send a message of my own, but apparently we're in the business of paying off gangsters.
Is that what I did worse than what you did? Besides, if
Are we really just gonna have a pissing contest of who's done worse?
well, obviously the worst is Ren, in history standpoint.
Probably.
I'm gonna say besides.
Worse on a bigger scale. We're all kind of pieces
I
of
don't
shit.
know. Goblins do actually eat people, so I don't know about that.
I'm gonna say besides, if things go how I expect with the cheese, right, it might be best to have allies in stab.
You really think you can count on somebody whose name is effectively an act of violence?
Vaughn starts nodding.
At least I understand. At least he's open about it.
Honesty is one thing, but... I don't know. I wouldn't count allies among either of them, but I would prefer to have somebody who is at least puts on a good face. Somebody who knows how to talk to people. Do I like the cheese, right? No, I certainly don't. But I like him a lot better than the alternatives, that being stab or having no allies in this
Vaughn
conflict.
goes and clears his throat and then kind of takes a half step forward and goes and says, he's actually stabbed, not stabbed.
Well, maybe he should tell his men to get it right and not give off a false appearance.
He's goblins. You think you're that smart?
He chose his allies. He knows what he's
Yeah.
getting into.
Yeah, goblins like humans. They like things dumber than they is.
Regardless, let's keep moving. I need to get out of this city before somebody says the wrong thing to me and I lose my cool.
So as you proceed through the
The wrong
dock,
thing.
Deflator's head rolls.
See, I was thinking, Octavian, you were never cool.
Aw.
Doran doesn't say that.
No, that's fair. Octavian is kind of a dork in a very roundabout way.
Like the
The
yacht
sword
song.
door.
All right, to the forgotten ingredient.
Yes, as you make your way through the town, certainly at that standoff, you would have seen people. All the passersby would have kind of stepped back, and they would have been kind of watching you from the alleys and from the different corners, and they would have cleared the way between you. And as the goblins pick up the gold and they leave, you notice that there is a sort of a collective sigh of relief. Some people may have even been placing bets on the side, and some people are kind of grumbling and arguing about their winnings.
We all know who would have really won that fight.
I don't mean to meta, but I had a thing here, a goblin loot chart. So
Fun.
I was ready for there to be a big pile
Find
of
a
bodies.
couple of finger bones and some
Yes.
half-chewed pieces of copper. Nice.
I was ready to go. A burnt hand on a stick that casts the spell Burning Hands once per day. That was a good one.
Jesus.
Did you have an adventuring party loot table for when Ren joins the side of the goblins?
Yeah, it's called our character sheets.
And if there had been a melee, would the cheese rights goons have stepped in to assist? You'll never know.
Probably not.
You'll never know. So yes.
On the way, I was saying, on the way through the markets, Ren just wants to stop at like a grocer, and give him like 2 gold to have like a good like supply of groceries sent like later towards like the evening, like a scheduled delivery for food to the forgotten ingredient for Aylis for because she's been feeding the group and all that. So the thank you.
That would certainly be well done. You would give the gold with the instructions. They would ask you if you want to take anything now or just simply have it delivered later.
Just delivery.
They would nod and they would make a note. You'd see them writing it down, and they would assure you it would be done. As you're making your way through the markets, you would come to the forgotten ingredient. Entering, you would see Elise and Aylis sitting at a table together. Looks like they are discussing something.
Ladies, we have good news. We have secured travel that will take us to our destination to find your father, and we will be leaving very shortly. We're here to gather our things and head out.
Elise would say, "I'm ready to go. I've made my preparations." And Ayla stands up and says, "Sister, I'm coming with you." And Elise kind of shakes her head and looks at Octavian.
Aylis, I would prefer if you stay here. The open seas are dangerous, and where we are going, while I am sure you are eager to see your father, will be dangerous as well. As much as I do not want Lady Elise coming, if she is insistent, I have at least seen that she can handle herself in a fight. You, on the other hand, it would be best that your father have something familiar to come home to.
She would say, "But I can defend myself. My sister knows this. I can." And Elise kind of turns and hushes her. She was about to say something, and Elise kind of gives her a look, and she says, "Aylis, you have to stay here. We can't leave the shop unattended." Octavian's right. I'll be back in a few days with Father. Until then, you need to run the shop. If anyone has special requests, just tell them it'll be a few days. Don't let on that you're alone, and the order will be filled. Don't open the door for any goblins unless it's this one. And she points to Varn.
Speaking of, I would like to introduce you to a friend of mine. Kind of let Candle show himself.
And Candle would step in. He lowers his hood, and he says, "My pleasure, ladies. My name is Mr. Candle. I am a close personal friend of the group here."
He is going to watch over. He's going to be your protector. He's going to make sure that things stay on the up and up here. I cannot count on the protection of this city, so I am placing bets on somebody I know. Candle is I've not seen his character in a fight, but he knows how to get out of one. And should anything come to pass here at the shop while we are gone, Candle, you are to escort Miss Elise quietly away from here over to Felix in Soldier's Rest, where the Vanadori refugees are. Felix is a good friend of mine. He will keep you safe should Stab's men or even the Cheese Rights men have something to say.
And Kendall would say, and don't worry, miss, I will not bother you. I will sleep outside under the stars and be close by if anything happens. And Alis shakes her head and she says, don't be silly. I'll make up a room for you. I'll be glad for the company. And he says, if you have a nice warm bed, is better than outside on grass. I don't want to make trouble.
She's a wonderful host, Kendall. You will not be disappointed.
Yes. And
Do
Elise...
you by chance have large litter box?
I open up kind of fancy feast. I play with my ball. It is fine.
Oh God.
Elise would go up to Alis, give her a very tight embrace, and say, "Be safe, dear sister. We'll be back soon." And
Is there? Well, since we got here, is there a nice crossbow with a bow tie on it somewhere?
You can roll perception or ask Elise.
I will roll perception initially, and if it sucks, I will ask her.
Yes.
The 20.
Yes, on the counter in the shop area, you would see a package wrapped up with a lovely piece of ribbon that looks to be roughly heavy crossbow shaped.
Yvonne, there it is.
What?
Your crossbow.
Var- is this on the countertop?
Yes.
That would explain why Varn had not seen it.
I can get it for you. Fine.
So yeah, Varn will go and look around and go look at him like, there's no crossbow.
I'll walk over. I'll pick it up off of the pick it up off of the counter and hand it to him.
Varn makes a face out of my throat and says, "That's cheating."
I'm not the one who put it there.
Well, me neither.
Well, this is yours, and I hope it is. It will serve us well. Serve you well, perhaps.
You too.
Well, let's get our things. We'll head back to the Mathako unless there's anything anybody else wants to do right now.
Oh, Clegg, that's beautiful.
While this exchange is happening, Red would kind of want to pull Alis aside. I'd say, Miss Alis, I realized that I had used my last healing potion against the Ankeg in Haverhill. I was wondering if I might be able to purchase one. This seems to be the perfect place to do so.
I missed the beginning, Cobra. I'm sorry. You want to purchase what?
Healing potion.
Healing potion.
Oh.
He doesn't have it.
Elise would actually stop you and say, and she would open up her bag she's bringing with her, and you would see about a half a dozen healing potions in there. She'd say, I think this should be enough, but we can bring more if you think we'll need it.
Oh, I think we should take all those. Not to be greedy or anything.
I think you misunderstood me. I said I'll take every healing potion you have.
Son, I know what I'm about. Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, Bren was gonna buy one, but they're friggin'. That's fine.
She would look at Elise and say, if he wants them, and she would go over to the counter and look, and she'd say, I have about 9 or 10 more ready to go.
I wouldn't want to take all of your stock, but I think a few for each of us would be fine.
So
For taking a pack, then I would just have one personal. Would it be enough?
how many, Cobra?
Ren would just buy one for
Okay.
him, you know.
So Elise is kind of debating about whether or not to charge you, and do you just put 50 gold on the counter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh look, I dropped 50 gold. Oops.
Varn, there's a question in chat about how many crossbow bolts you have.
Currently, let's see.
I think you have a good amount. You just stocked up.
Yes, I do. Where did they go? Right there. I've got 61 currently.
61 bolts. Very good. Ivan, we were dealing with the walloping ammo for a little bit, but we are taking a break from that at the moment. But those are fun, the walloping crossbow bolts.
Well, if Elise is handing out potions, I'll take at least one. That'll give me 2.
Sure, yeah. I mean, she just has a pack. I mean, she would say, "We are going to rescue my father after all. I figured it's the least I can do."
Right. How many does Deflator have?
Well, from her I have none,
But you have enough. You have materials to make a few.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I have no materials right now.
Oh.
Didn't you buy like kits to make a couple, or did you already
I
make
think
them?
you did. Yeah, you bought some kits when we first met them.
Yeah, she definitely sold you at least 2 kits.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, first time we were in Provost, I definitely bought materials from her. I forgot about that.
Do at least 1 in case you don't have time to make both.
Yeah, 1 would be nice. And, of
So
course,
don't know
I'd
how
like
stable things are going to be on the boat for your equipment.
to... fair enough, but...
Varn, how many do you have?
Yeah. I think I only have 1.
Take at least another. We don't exactly have
God.
somebody. Aside from the potions, the only other method of healing that we have is one of my abilities. It's not much.
Yeah, I do have 1. Alright, yeah, Varn will go and take, No, you know what? Varn hangs towards the back. Varn will take 2.
Oh,
and
never
then he
mind.
can
I have
distribute them.
4.
Oh, what? Alright, Deflator's stocked up on potions. Oh yeah, because you still had a few from your stand, I think.
Yeah, because I didn't... There were 2 that I didn't sell. I forgot about that.
Right.
So yeah, Varn will take 2 of them, and then he can redistribute them should people need them in combat.
Yeah, same with Deflator too. She has 2, so or 4. So I think we're fine. I think we're fine on potions at that point.
That's what I say. Is Ren the only one that pays for it?
I mean, if you want another, I will take 1 an extra and then just hand it to you. She's offering. Here.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why everybody has at least 2.
Yeah, she just opened up the case, and there's a half a dozen you can distribute as you see fit. Elise also walks over behind the counter, and she asks Alis for the key. Alis says, "What do you?" And she says, "Sister, would you just give me the key, please? I know what I'm doing." So she hands her a silver key on a chain.
Justin, that sounds familiar.
And she opens the locked cabinet, and she pulls out a vial, and inside is sort of like a swirling black liquid. And she walks over to Varn, and she hands you this vial, Varn. And she says, "Something to go with your new weapon. It's a very strong poison."
Varn doesn't grin maliciously, but
He does.
he does grin maliciously. What type of poison?
Let me chat you that in a minute, if it's okay.
Yeah, no. Take your time.
While I do some frantic googling.
Look up the poisons on D&D Beyond.
Yeah,
There's a couple.
I got it.
It's drow poison. How the fuck did we get this?
I love it. There's a potion of poison.
Yeah. You drink it and you poison somebody. Or, well, somebody drinks it and they get...
No, the concoction looks and smells and tastes like a potion of healing.
Oh.
or other beneficial poison. However, it is actually poison masked by illusion magic.
How does serpent venom sound? Does that work?
That that works.
And I will. If you guys could just discuss, I'll be right back.
I heard I'll be back, and then he muted.
Super venom injury.
One of his kids probably got up.
Oh, probably.
One like that, yeah. It's not super great, but it
This
does
is
do
Go the
even
fuck to
6 of
sleep.
poison.
for Ellis to play to his kids.
Yeah, I love this.
Samuel L. Jackson one, right? Ooh, it's pretty low con score though.
There's the guy who used to host Reading Rainbow. Fuck was his name?
LeVar Burton.
Yeah, LeVar Burton. I forget when he did it, but I know he did a live reading on this. I think he did it on one of Rooster Teeth's charity streams.
That'd be
I would
amazing.
have loved to have seen George Carlin do it.
Oh God, yeah. What? Oh, the song.
I'm gonna watch the whole thing.
It's really good.
It's very good. I wish this was my lullaby instead of fucking death metal.
Oh, yeah, no. It could be. Like, did you see that they added new dragon heads and whatnot for Hero Forge?
No, I didn't. I haven't actually been looking at Hero Forge a lot.
I hadn't either, but
I've
they go and add new
mostly been
shit
waiting.
regularly.
I've mostly been waiting for 2.0 to come out for poor people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. Those are some
Yeah,
good
there's
heads.
a bunch of new stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
they had
these
like
are
4 or 5 new ones.
there's 6 new heads. There's 4 new dragon heads.
Yeah. Wait, there's another new head? I know they've got the bear.
Yeah, rigid draconian, crocodilian draconian, sleek draconian, evil draconian, snapping draconian, and then the bear.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Wow.
I get logged out of my Hero Forge account every single fucking time I log in.
Yeah. Ooh, I like all the new. There's a lot of new boots though. That's really nice.
Sorry, everybody.
Yeah,
It's a
they
whole family
put
thing.
they added a bunch of female boots.
Yeah, a lot of high heels.
Yep.
Okay,
Because
Alice,
we all know that high
we were all
heels are
joking
great in
about how we
combat.
thought it was one of your kids waking up.
No, it was.
Yeah.
She wanted another story.
Well, I
Well,
posted
did you
that-
read the one that Cobra posted?
I posted one in the OOC for you.
Oh, I'm sure it's very appropriate. Yeah, I know that one.
I like all those new swords. Holy shit!
I told them the story about the brave adventurers who were going to the mystical tower of El Saren.
Did you actually? That's
No.
fucking awesome. Oh.
I do tell them about the campaign sometimes. Like if they're like, tell me a story, I'll be like, well, once upon a time there was a praetor named Octavian, and his brave friends Deflator, Ren, and Varn.
Brave warrior, firebomb the goblin warehouse.
Yes.
He didn't do that. He witnessed it.
The brave goblin rode on the back of a mighty badger.
Not to detract from your lovely stories about how you're a great father. The new weapons that they have on Hero Forge are fucking sick looking.
Mm-hmm.
They're all freaking two-handed weapons too.
Yeah, they're huge.
They're massive.
What if I was putting
Oh
one
my
in each?
fucking god.
Yeah,
Okay, you were right. These are humongous.
these are
Just
World
for
War
now,
Warcraft weapons.
I used the runic ones. I put one in each hand, and then I put two like across the back.
Oh,
There's
God.
four.
This is so sick. All right, play around with that shit later.
Dude, like the mechanized greatsword, that's a fucking monster hunter weapon, dude.
Yeah, crazy.
So, you see
So we're
Elise.
distributing potions.
Yep, Elise is basically ready to go. She's given Varn the poison. And then she hands the silver key back to Alice, who kind of nervously locks that cabinet back up again.
Little did they know that during that brief pause, Varn was in there, has gone and collected everything in there.
I'm going to need a stealth check with disadvantage.
Yeah. Watch, this will be the time I roll two d20s.
If you
or
roll-
two 20s.
If you roll two 20s, I would let you steal anything you want out of that cabinet. Well, although, with advantage, a 19 would not be too bad.
Did you
Yeah,
say
that's true.
disadvantage, though?
What's
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
thought you
you-
said
you
disadvantage,
did.
though.
he did.
that? Oh, I did say disadvantage. That's right.
So with that, Varn was trying to crawl over her to go and see what was in there.
Yeah, and she's like, "Did you, Varn? Are you okay? Would you like some mutton?"
Actually, that sounds amazing right now.
Ayla says, "I'll be right back." She goes into the kitchen. You hear her start like carving up
No,
some.
I mean real life right now. That
Yeah.
sounds amazing.
Of course.
Everybody's ready to go.
So we're ready to disembark.
Yes. Gandalf, try not to make her life any too difficult.
Oh my god, you can make 11-foot tall minis now?
Holy shit,
That's not a mini anymore.
that's a biggie.
That's like a 2-inch tall freaking mini.
God, that would be a fucking bitch to paint.
It's a big world. No, wait, what is it? It's a small world, but I wouldn't want to paint it. Great. So Elise is standing by the door. She has her pack. She has like a small pack over her shoulder. You see her sword in the frog on her belt. She looks ready to go.
Octavian's also ready to go too. So if everybody else is ready, we can head out.
Everyone's ready.
I'm ready.
While we're walking towards the docks, I just want to look at Elise and just, get up. I imagine she's probably like leading the charge at this point. Like she's kind of walking a little bit faster than everybody else. I'll stand up next to her and just say, "Just so you know, Miss Elise, I do not approve of you coming along. Where it's my choice, you would stay here to protect your sister. But I can see how eager you are. So really not my place to say one way or another."
She would say, Alis is stronger than you might think she is.
True, but in this big city, she is outnumbered. I am not confident about the state of things anymore. I thought the hold was a safe, quiet little place. And look where that turned up.
She kind of sighs and says, all the more reason to get father back where he belongs.
Right. Well, I do not know if we will stay in the city long after that. We have important business elsewhere. Business that I am thankful to have and be away from all of these distractions and people with ill intentions that would abuse my kindness.
And Elise would say, I'm very well aware of your feelings, but my father needs to see a familiar face. I don't know what state of mind he'll be in, and I think if I'm there, it'll be a help to you.
That is true. That is very true. Just don't put yourself at any unnecessary risk. Stay back if you can. Pick your targets wisely if we have to fight any.
She gives you a nod, and she would say, and if things go sideways, you can stay behind me.
Unfortunately, Miss Elise, that is not how a phalanx works. We fight together, or not at all. Come.
Ain't no siege in here, Octavian.
Welcome back, Dashy Dash.
You don't need to have a siege to fight in phalanx.
Ain't no siege in here, me lord. You just stand here by this here gate. Sorry, Varn.
Actually, phalanxes don't work in sieges.
Yeah, they really don't.
They
really
are open field.
Open field or choke point.
Yep.
But anyways, so yeah, we head back to the Mythaqua.
Vorm, we should play Total War sometime.
I've got one of them. I have to look.
I have a few.
think they have the Warhammer one.
I don't want
Still have to play that.
I don't want to load Steam. I'm afraid it'll crash Streamlabs. I have a lot of stuff running. I worry about my RAM.
I went and ran a search for fantasy crossbow names. One of them is the Goblin.
Nice.
Yeah, I was trying to find like a funny name, and like I couldn't find a funny one, but like the closest I came was "Don't make Varn cross," but that's just stupid. So I couldn't go up with like a good one.
I found one that's Hole Lever.
Hole maker.
Okay, we can do that
because it makes a hole in because of the.
I gotcha.
So as you enter the docks district, fresh and again, feels like you were just here about an hour ago.
Kind of were.
Yes. What the hell? Yes. Approaching the Mythaqua, you see the activity on board has increased significantly. Several dwarves and a few halflings, who you presume are members of the crew, are scurrying around preparing the ship. One young-looking halfling is actually hanging from a crude rope harness, applying varnish to the hull, while one Ren would probably recognize as the bosun looks on, calling for them to hurry. And you would see that the wooden gangplank is resting on the dock, waiting for you to board.
And Octavian will walk up and Captain know that we're here and that we're ready to go whenever they are.
So, said wagon. How? Just how?
Just leave it behind. You can leave the wagon behind and then You can bring Tufa if you want.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way the wagon you have to go on the boat.
Yeah.
You would see what looks like a what do you call it? Like a crane, like they would use for loading cargo. It doesn't. It looks like it would be iffy. It will be able to handle the wagon.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, food would be a bitch, but all right, that's fine. I guess we'll just have to go and take his cooking kit, and that'll be it.
I wish we thought of this because you could have parked it out back at the Forgotten Ingredient.
Well, I think that's kind of where we left it.
That's the assumption that we had just left it there to begin with.
Do you want to say you left it there, Vaughn,
Yeah.
or do you want to?
Yeah, that would be best.
I don't mind retcon.
If Arn was gonna attempt to take the wagon, I mean, Ren would have known well enough that that was not gonna go well on a boat.
Yes.
Not unless we like took the wheels off of it first and like put it in the cargo hold or something. That's a bridge we can cross when we have to go to Gion.
Mm-hmm.
What are
Something
you talking about? We're just gonna find a wizard to go and fucking make it float.
something we can discuss with the captain to see how we could get that to work.
Animate object. Problem solved.
I mean, yeah, that could work. None of us know that though.
No, we're gonna need a lot of scrolls. No.
But yeah, when there's time, Octavian would actually, while we're on the boat, Octavian would want to talk to Ren for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Actually initiate a conversation with him this time. So, wherever you deem that appropriate to happen.
Well, right now there's a lot of activity. You see that you see a lot of the dwarves kind of working with the sails and working around the ship, getting things ready. And at this point, you would see Brilwyn step out onto the deck, and she would say, "The tide is with us. Get the kedging anchor." And you would see two dwarves actually jump on a longboat with a small anchor resting inside, and you see them start rowing out with a large quantity of line, which attaches the kedging anchor to the capstan until it's taut. They drop the anchor off the smaller ship and begin rowing back, while the first mate, who's a grizzled-looking dwarf with an eye patch and a shredded vest with striped pantaloons, calls out, "Capstan!" And two other crew members begin turning a large cylinder in the center of the ship, which seems easy at first, but soon they meet some resistance. And Brilwyn actually calls to Octavian and says, "Come, help them push quickly!"
Sure. And I'll run over and help them push.
Can
I'll say if there's room for another, Ren instinctively would have started to help.
Yes, can I get strength checks from both of you?
Okay. Or do you want to do athletics?
Whatever your choice is. Wow.
Athletics, because I can add my proficiency to that. Motherfuck!
So, sorry, Octavian.
Shouldn't have done this in my armor.
So as Octavian grabs one of the spokes of the capstan and begins trying to turn it with the other dwarves, they're having trouble. It looks like the kedging anchor is caught on some kind of like a rock or something. It's hard to tell. So Ren instinctively comes up and begins pushing. He really puts his back into it, and the capstan begins turning. The anchor, it begins turning, and then the anchor actually holds fast as the ship is beginning to be pulled out of the mooring, actually beginning to turn. It's actually pulling the ship backwards out of the mooring into the harbor. At this, Brilwyn would look to Ren and say, "Well done. You know your way around a ship, it seems."
That I do. Does it seem like she has a moment? Like at the moment?
Yeah, she's just watching them, just continuing to turn that capstan, and it's pulling the ship into the harbor.
Ren would kind of walk up to her and be like, "I do, and that's something I wanted to bring up," and he's trying to pull her aside, not far, just out of eyes, like at least earshot of the happenings.
Right. She'd say, is there a problem, Master?
I don't think so. I have extensive experience on ships, and any way you see would deem to make use of me, I am happy to be of help. But given that we're going to be on quite a journey together, and you might find about this anyways, I wanted to be open and clear about who I am. And he'll just kind of like raise the sleeve up on one of his arms so she can see his tattoos.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she would recognize this. And out of character, Cobra, would you tell me again, would she simply recognize you as a former pirate, or would she recognize you as being from the Sunder?
Specifically the sun. It's like
I forgot. Sorry.
Yeah, like all the crew members, like they all had nicknames that they kind of personified.
Yes, I remember that.
And like the whole crew was pretty famous.
She would look, and her face goes a little bit pale, and she'd say, "Don't tell me you're the Tiger."
A few years ago, I was.
And she just kind of looks at you. She's kind of wondering what you're going to do or say next.
I've been on a different path for some time, and if you would like some little known truth, about 5 years ago, I destroyed the Sunder, and that's why it hasn't been seen in some time.
She'd say, I've heard some legends, some stories of that nature. That it's hard to tell what to believe."
So I try not to be that person anymore. But I figured I should let the captain know, and your discretion to inform your crew.
She would say, I don't think it's a good idea. I think we'll just tell him that you know your way, that you're a sailor. I could certainly use the extra pair of hands on the journey. The reports I've gotten is that the weather is not going to be great in our favor, so we could use an experienced sailor. I think it's best that we keep your true identity under wraps.
As you wish. I would say I am most comfortable up there, and he would point to the crow's nest. But wherever you require my help, I'm happy to.
She'd say, I actually will have a job for you in a minute, but and then she puts her hand. Varn, you could probably they're talking quietly. Are you trying to see if you hear them?
Yes. Specifically,
Specifically the what?
The remark about the weather.
Oh yeah. Yes. You probably would have caught that.
All right. Yeah. Varn turns even greener.
Okay. He doesn't like. He gets seasick. I take it.
Yeah.
Brill. Yes, I know. Just aim that overboard, would you, Goblin? Brilwyn would sort of take your arm and say, I've also heard rumors. I think they're just. I've thought till now they're just ghost stories, but the captain of that ship, there's stories that well, I don't want to say he's alive. I don't know what he is, but there's stories that people have seen him sailing near Aronsport. I don't put much stock in it, but finding you here just makes me rethink it a bit.
Well, he's hard to miss in a crowd, so if you do see him, definitely get out of the way. From what I understand, he is alive and he is still looking for me.
At this, there would be a call from the first mate for the captain, and she would say, Ren, I'm glad to have you on board. We can talk more later.
Of course.
And she steps back out onto the deck, and she says, the tide is with us, but the wind, alas, is not. Once we raise anchor, work with Gardenlear to raise the staysail at the bow, sheet it tight to the starboard now. And you see some dwarves kind of following her orders, and she said, we should be able to swing the bow so the wind blows right across the beam. She says, Ren, get up in the crow's nest where you want to be, and tell me how the wind's blowing. Help them adjust the trim.
Ryan will climb very quickly to the top and kind of pull out his now fixed spyglass.
Can we get a dexterity check with advantage? Good enough. You make it up to the top without issue. And can we get an insight check?
Insight?
Yes. I'm thinking insight to read the wind and see how it's blowing.
That might be a better nature check, but it's fine.
Yeah. You would be able to give instructions, shout instructions down on how the wind's blowing, and tell them exactly how to adjust the trim and the sheeting.
Do it that way.
And the other crew members, they're watching you, and they're carefully raising and lowering, carefully sheeting the staysails. And Brilwyn calls out, "Now, Rhaegram, mind the jib!" And an older, gray, bearded dwarf grunts and begins handling the line. By now, the mates and the midshipmen sets the sails on both the fore and the mainmast at the same moment. The fore and the main lower topsails are set first, then the upper tops, the t'gallants, and finally the royals. And Rhaegram calls out, "The courses!" And you would see sailors quickly set the mainsail and foresail, but a line is stuck. Brilwyn points to Varn. You're standing right next to it. "Goblin, can you climb up there and fix the line?"
Varn shakes his head vehemently.
He says, then you then, and he points to Deflator. "Quickly!"
What am I doing?
You've got to fix a line. It is caught on something.
Varn is
grab it with
actually-
Mage Hand.
Sure.
Varn is actually making his way over to the mast to hug it to death.
So as Varn is hugging the mast, Deflator would cast Mage Hand, and you would see that one of the lines appears to be caught on something. So if you can do an Arcana check for me, perhaps, and see if the Mage Hand has the dexterity to release the knot.
Okay.
It appears as though it's found the knot, but it's not able to get it, and Brilwyn calls, "Quickly, quickly, it's stuck!"
Is this so with Octavian there, hearing that there's something stuck on a rope or whatever? If I assess the situation, does it look like it's it's something where it would be best to untie it, or do you think things would be bad if I just cut it?
You've got to untie it.
You gotta untie it. Okay, then, is it like up above? Like, do I have to get on the rope lining and everything like that?
Yep, I would need a dex check to get up there, and then a sleight of hand to untie the knot.
Okay. Not good for any of me, especially because I'm in my armor. But we'll see how it
Well,
goes.
I mean, I could Misty step up there.
True. I'll say the Deflator. I'll give you a boost if you need it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. So boost me up. I'll
Okay.
Misty step up there, and I'll try to untie the knot.
Great. Do a sleight of hand with advantage.
Ooh. Thank God for advantage.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
Never
god.
mind.
You've actually made it worse. It appears as though the line has snapped and one of the sails goes slack, and the ship appears to be kind of just turning in the harbor in a circle.
Oh boy. I don't really have anything I can do. I'm not a sailor, and is the rope far enough down to where Octavian can maybe grab it and like throw it back to Deflator to try and redo the knot?
Sure.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
You're throwing the rope up?
I'm trying to catch it because I imagine it's probably swaying or something like that, and then trying to toss it back to Deflator.
Oh, sure. Just a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
As the rope comes swinging down towards you, you reach out and try to grab it and throw it back up to Deflator. And you are successful. Deflator, you catch the rope
Be careful.
and see if you can tie that knot. Perfect. You get it just tight enough, and can I get a dexterity saving throw from Deflator? As you tie the knot, you notice it goes taut immediately, and you just get your fingers out of the way before it rips one of them off. The sails billow out, catching the wind, and now you're pulling away from the port. A brilliant, bright yellow sail is unfurled with the symbol of Clan Hardhammer emblazoned, surely visible from the top of the hill overlooking the city where you first arrived days ago. Looking to the docks, this has drawn a small crowd as the crew is at the top of their form and operating like a precision timepiece. You see a couple of goblins who have come to the docks, and you see them kind of yelling something. You might recognize them as the goblins before, and they seem to be shaking their fists, yelling. But you're pulling away from the port out of.
Tavian's just going to give him the bird as we're going away. Just
don't give him to later.
Huh?
I was waiting for that. Thank you so much.
Please continue.
Yeah, I don't know if they'd be able to see it from this distance, but I noticed the goblins and I'd flip them off.
You would see as they are like trying to throw rocks and debris at you, cursing. The city guard arrives and starts kind of roughing them up. It looks like they might have some kind of a scrape.
Good.
But they're slowly disappearing from view as Brilwyn stands proudly on the deck of the ship, waving her hat to the guards, and she looks to Ren and she says, "This is where we truly belong, Ren."
As she says that, Varn pukes.
Let's have a Constitution saving throw. Let's see if you can keep it down.
All right, we will try that.
Because otherwise you're going to have to get a mop.
Holy shit, he does have good time. Yeah, no, he doesn't do very well.
Yeah, no, you definitely yak on the deck, which looks like it was recently scrubbed. And Brilwyn just kind of looks at Ren and says, "I'll take it he's not a sailor too."
Just tie him to the railing so he points off this side. That's what we would do.
Regrim, would you get the mop and bucket? And you see the older dwarf kind of grunts and he goes and gets a mop, starts cleaning up.
Well, that was interesting.
Yes. So. And you are now at sea.
We're all gonna die.
So, when probably sometime in the evening or something like that, whenever Ren gets down from the crow's nest, Octavian would want to talk to him.
Ren would be available.
Ren, spare a moment.
We'll have plenty on our trip.
Well, I've had some time to think. A lot of time to think about a lot of things recently. I know we don't always see eye to eye, but just want you to understand that this is not me at my best. The last few weeks have been quite challenging, both in the regards of combat and also my strength of character. Things are going to be a lot simpler going forward. I once we are away from fanatics and zealots who can't see the forest for the trees. You'll see. I hope you will see a different side of me.
We'll be out of one disaster and into another. From what
At
I
least
hear,
Oh.
from what it sounds like, the place we're going to is no picnic, and there will be people just as bad and far worse than the cheese right there, I'm sure.
Gion is there's no picnic, but at the very least we are working towards something that will work towards what I have wanted to do for pretty much since this whole debacle started. Shortly before I met you. I can't help but see all of the similarity with what happened. Vanador here. Can't go through that again. I can't watch as another civilization that I have come to care about even a little bit fall to madness. I don't even rightly know exactly what has been going on in Vanador since he left, but a part of me wants to go see, but another part of me, a much louder part, says there's nothing more for you there. And so that's why I carry it with me wherever I go. The memory of what was. I'm kind of like gesturing to my capelet. Something tells me that things... Maybe I might need to let go of the past, but I don't know if I'm ready to do that.
You know, the Flater said something to me earlier today
Oh, really?
that I think is quite fitting. I think it was something like, let the past shape you, not break you.
I've let it shape me for quite a long time. It has forged me into what I am now, but...
I know what it's like to look back and wonder about the life you've lived in and the path you've taken. At the monastery, there's not much else to do aside from chores and for inner reflection.
There wasn't a whole lot to do at the garrison outside of the various attacks. Mostly just do your chores, do your drills, go on watch every now and then. Sometimes you had to dig latrines, but it was simple.
A lot of things we've left behind. Our quest has reminded me I haven't seen my parents since I left home 20 years ago. I
Well,
don't know if I've even given them any thought until now.
I'm sure they're fine. At least you know that, at least for your physiology, it is likely that they are still alive. I was on the front when I received news that my parents passed. They had me when they were when they were further up there in years. And given my nature, what I am, not entirely human, I was destined to outlive them by quite a lot. Still did not bring me any. At least they did not have to witness the fall as I did. But they also never got to see me become a praetor. I know they would have been proud of.
I've no doubt. Parents always seem to be proud, despite whatever you are.
And that's the thing, when I was a young man, I didn't know what I wanted. I jumped from apprenticeship to apprenticeship with no cause or reason. I just didn't know what I wanted to do. Something spoke to me about joining the military. It was perhaps the last thing my parents would have actually wanted from me, actually. And I did it anyways, because I wanted adventure, I wanted glory. But I had no avenues to pursue such a thing aside from that.
It's interesting. Adventure and glory are the same things that put me down my road.
They're far too similar, and it's really starting to creep me out. But I'm glad to know all of you, for everyone's faults. We're a very interesting group of people.
Interesting is definitely a word. I was a bit harsh on you today. We have all been on different walks and we've all experienced different things. And my experiences have made me a very cautious person, especially around those who pretend authority. So,
Pretending to have authority and actually having it aren't always different things. In a lot of ways, they are often the same thing. I mean, what really gives anybody authority to do anything? They either walk around as if they own the place. Perhaps in some ways they actually do. Or they're in charge because somebody told them that they were in charge. there's a very fine line between both aspects. But regardless, I do not think those two groups over there will. One of them has to give. One of them has to give way. There is no room. I do not think that there is room for both of those egos in that.
Oh, what I just meant was we all see things differently, and should we encounter a siege, I will follow your advice.
Hopefully, we don't have to. Sieges are not fun, no matter what it is or how much I have espoused about them. It's not fun on either side. On one end, you're starving and rationing and dealing with constant skirmishes. On the one hand, you are at the mercy of well-placed arrows and wondering if your supply lines got ambushed or not. It's not fun. But it is a specialty. I'll leave you to it.
Well, I just meant just be careful about who you trust and who you tell things to. As many people will pretend to be your friend until you get a dagger in the back.
They better make sure it's a good first shot. Very hard to put down. Now, I've taken up enough of your time. We all need to sleep. But and I hold my hand out for handshake.
Fist bump.
And then I'll do that.
No, you shake it.
Okay.
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay. And then he'll say, Zelen Atorase, which is a celestial phrase. So when he says it, it kind of has this kind of reverberating kind of sound to it.
And as we say on the boats, just watch your step. There's all shit everywhere.
Yes, I don't exactly have my sea legs, but thankfully in this armor I have a bit of weight about me. It's harder to knock over. Probably stay in my quarters for as much as I. But as for what I said, glory to you, my brother.
I'm gonna kind of just give him a nod.
Right. And then I will retire.
You would notice Elise standing kind of a ways off. She's standing by the railing. Her hair is billowing back. She seems to be kind of gazing across the sea, lost in thought. Captain Brilwin, who was kind of inspecting things, she kind of just catches the very tail end of your conversation. And she says, mind the goblin puke. And she kind of keeps walking.
Right.
Varn's just in the corner, just dry heaving, right, Varn?
Yes. Right now, yes.
Well, we found his weakness.
As I said, we should just tie him to the railing facing out. That's what we would do on our ship. If someone can't handle us, they'll get their sea legs. And until then, no cleanup.
So as the rolling waves turn black as the day gives way to night, you would see some lights off the starboard side, which you would presume is Buck Pond Wharf. Just some torches and things, light in the distance. You're kind of going close enough to shore that you can make out some faint details as you proceed north.
And we want to take a look at, if permitted, the naval charts for the journey.
Sure. If you were to ask the captain, she would invite you to her cabin where the charts are laid out on a table with some weights at each corner, and there is a sextant and some pencils and things, typical tools that a navigator would use.
I want to ask if she's familiar with the area around Elsarin, if what the best approach is, if they're probably anchor offshore and take a small boat in or whatnot.
She would say, I think to tender in on a longboat would be wise. The coastline there is treacherous. Many rocks, not all of them on the chart. So I think yes, I think you take the longboat to shore.
And, I hear there's constant storms there. The ship be good at anchor?
We'll have to play it by ear now, won't we?
Yes, that's the way.
If I can.
Let's say, if only we had Squall here on the Sunder. She was able to control the weather.
She would say, "Tell me more about that. Was she a sorceress?"
Something like that. She's quite frightening, and she'd electrocute anyone who looked at her wrong. But she was good at what she did. That's what made her so effective. She could hide our ship in the fog. She could change the wind, so we could evade. We could sail towards the wind, but for us it'd be go at our backs and easily to outrun any pursuer.
She sort of nods and she says, "I to be able to lift a fog would be very useful. I'm afraid I can't manage that."
She was quite extraordinary, but frightening.
At this, she would raise an eyebrow and sort of punch you in the shoulder very lightly and say, did you have an eye on this one, did you?"
What? No, she scared the shit out of me.
Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between love and fear.
I'll take your word for it.
She'd say, "You've never been with a dwarf then, have you?"
Jesus.
I'll leave that to your imagination.
She's not offering, she's just making conversation.
Well, Ellis, why anytime a woman is mentioned around my characters, you just always go for the boning route?
Because you're a man whore.
I think this is an issue with you, Ellis.
I think I just play my NPCs as they would react to the conversation. At that, you would notice that there is a bit of fog in the distance. The lights on the shore as you pass Buck Pond Wharf sort of seem to fade away, leaving blackness in basically every direction. She'd say, "I really should turn in, but I'm going to keep an eye on things. You should get some rest."
So I'm a good lookout, but I'm no good in the dark. So I will turn in.
Okay. You would see Elise at this point bid you a good night, Ren, and anyone else who's still up, and she would say, "I'm going to turn in. We'll see how far we made it in the morning."
Yeah. Ren would say to Elise, "Best to turn in. There will be plenty of time for pensive contemplation before we arrive tomorrow."
Yes. And as the evening wears on, you would feel the gentle rocking of the ship become a little bit more, a little harder as the night goes on. Varn, would you attempt to rest, or are you staying tied to the beam? You're gonna just kind of nod off.
I would assume that Varn is currently hugging a bucket.
Okay. As dawn approaches, you would wake and you would see that the seas are a bit rougher than when you left Provost, and you can just barely make out the shore to the starboard side, and it's definitely misty, and the wind has picked up. A cold wind has picked up as you are proceeding. Your you're turning from due north-northwest, and you're beginning to turn straight west into the wind.
You mean east?
What did I
Wouldn't
say?
this be? You said west.
Oh, yes, east. Pardon me.
Waste.
East? I thought you said west.
Weast. And now Diane Weist.
When Ren gets up, he'll grab a bit of hardtack and then make his way up to the crow's nest to see if he can make anything out of the nest.
Roll perception.
Using his spyglass.
Oh, well then with advantage.
That's if you want. It doesn't necessarily give advantage.
Well, why not? Yes, so with a 22 to the east, you would simply see the shoreline, which appears very rocky and sort of craggy, and just fog sort of rolling over the ship as it crests each wave and then rolls smoothly down it. There's not much to see on the shore here. The little bit you can make out, it just looks like a rocky coastline with a beach and then mountains beyond it, which you really can't make out. Maybe a few. Let me think for a minute. From where you are looking up, no, I don't think you'd be able to see any mountains from here. You're too fogged in.
His best to be helpful during the day.
Certainly, with the going right into the wind, a certain amount of skill is needed, to adjust the sails and the sheeting to make sure everything is set the right way. You're definitely having to zigzag a little bit, which is not going to help Varn's stomach at all.
Nope.
Going to the north to catch the wind a little bit that way, and then going to the south and then back to the north and back to the south and turning each way. Making incremental progress. Octavian, you are actually getting your sea legs, and you feel pretty good.
Yeah. The extra weight from the armor, while probably not a good idea in the long term, is helping him keep his footing.
It's the next day, yes?
Yes, it is.
All right. Varn will attempt to see how well he's feeling.
Okay. You feel like right now you don't feel like you're gonna yak, but you probably shouldn't have any breakfast.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a no.
You would see the older dwarf Ragram. He comes out and he's got some. They have sort of like a mess below deck, and he would be serving just bits of fruit and cheese, whatever they had from Provost, some bread. They're fairly well appointed. They had stocked up before they left Provost, so he would set out a breakfast along with they have clean drinking water as well as some cider. Leg, are you back?
Doesn't look like he's still muted.
Okay. So Ragram, as he's cooking, he would. Well, actually, does anybody go below deck or no?
Octavian will go below deck.
Mosey
for
down
a little bit. Yeah. See what's going on.
He would see you enter and say, "So, what's your story?"
My story? Well,
how much time have you got?
I'll just point to the capelet on my armor. You know what that is?
He says, I do.
And that's my story. Savannah Praetor, and everything fell, and a bit aimless now. But I have once we get this little side trip taken care of, I think there will be purpose in my eyes again.
He gives you a nod. He says, my purpose is the sea, and there's very little time to rest. Always plenty of work to do.
That is true. Do you need any help down here, by the way? I'm not very good on the masting or any of that stuff. Not very dexterous. The only thing keeping me stable right now is the extra weight with this armor.
He'd say, all I need trouble with is washing these dishes, but I wouldn't ask a Vanadori Praetor to pick up a brush.
Oh, it's no problem at all. Any little... We have a couple extra hands around here, so they might as well be useful.
Roll dishwashing. No, I'm just kidding. He's very grateful for the help, and anybody who comes by, he says, look, I've got a Vanadori Praetor as a scullery maid, and they kind of laugh, and he slaps you on the back, and he says, it's just in good fun.
Wasn't always a Praetor. I started out more as just a typical legionnaire on the front, as most of us do.
Mm-hmm.
So menial labor is not unfamiliar to me. The worst was the latrine duty, let me tell you. At least I'm making things clean this time.
Yes, say I wouldn't envy you that task.
Well, speaking of envying tasks, might want to keep an eye on Varn, our goblin friend. Be a little bit of extra green on the deck every now and then.
He will reach into a basket and he pulls out a piece of what looks like a cracker, like a big thick cracker, and he says, "Give him a bite of this; it should settle his stomach."
I'll see to it. I'm gonna need to make sure that he's in tip-top shape when we get off.
Yes, of course.
So I'll do that. When I'm done in there, I'll give Varn the cracker and say, "Just don't complain. Eat this. The older dwarf guy says it'll help you out."
Varn does go and turn a slight shade greener, but does go and attempt.
And you would notice that it settles your stomach a bit, and you now have advantage on Constitution checks.
Yes.
For the rest of the voyage.
Guess what, guys? Now I'm going to roll all one.
Yeah.
The double one.
So as the day goes on, eventually the sun begins to set, and the captain would announce that you are approaching the location of Aelsarin, getting as close to the coastline as possible. At this point, the wind is really whipping up, and it kind of makes it difficult for her to make a good approach. And she would call about here for the anchor to be dropped to try to steady them in the waves. And at this point, it is getting dark out. It's been about almost a day and a half, or so. And she would say, quickly, if you're going ashore, get in the longboat.
All right, come on.
Ren will shut down from the crow's nest. Someone grab my pack, and then he'll jump straight from the crow's nest onto the longboat.
Wow.
Sure, I'll go back and get his stuff, but not before I see this.
It was like two somersaults and then like a half twist.
Show off. And then I will go get your shit.
Varn is... I should have asked. I assume that Toof is with us?
Yes.
Okay, I should have probably done something with her on the ship.
Just put her in the center. It'll even everything out.
Yes, yeah. So two dwarves who look a little bit put out. They would sort of fasten like a harness on her, and they kind of lower her into the boat. How would Tufa react to this, Varn?
Let's see. You've seen? Why the fuck would I ask? Oh, Rescuers Down Under.
Oh yeah, a long time ago.
A while, but yeah.
You remember the monitor lizard?
I think so.
The green lizard.
Yeah.
Like that. When he's rushing after the mice and he goes barreling over the fucking side, and he's tied to a rope. He's just kind of going nuts, and then the rope catches, and he smashes into the rock. But when he goes and gets pulled up, he gets to a point where he makes it look like he caught the mice, and he just kind of goes and gets tugged up, like looking happy with himself. That's Tupa right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
Like, haha, you fuckers, you do all the work. I'm just gonna sit here.
You would see Elise emerge. She has her hair in like a very long, tight braid, and she's wearing. She has changed into her leather armor, and she looks like she's ready to go. And she would jump onto the longboat as well, and say, "Brilwyn, I can't thank you enough. You'll always have a friend in the port."
Is this boat's going to be stable with all of us on it, including this one, pointing to Tufa?
It looks just large enough that Tufa's pushing it, but you think you'll be okay.
We're gonna need two rowers.
How far from shore are we?
It looks to be about roughly 150 yards.
It's not bad.
Tufa could probably swim that, in all honesty.
Yeah, she got you as close as she can. There appears to be like a small area that's not too rocky and craggy. It just seems like you might be able to just get the boat there if the waves are in your favor.
Tufa could probably go swim that, no problem.
Okay.
Worst case scenario.
The sea's definitely churning a bit.
Might be
It should
best.
be fine.
Yeah.
I'll say Ren will probably grab like the head row spot and shout to whoever's strong of arm, grab some oars. Because I mean, how many rowing spots are there for a long boat?
There would be 2.
Yeah. So Octavian will take the second one, just so that we can have a little bit of power behind our motion.
Varn will be curled up in a ball in the bottom.
So they would begin, once you're all aboard, they would begin to lower you. And as you hit the water, the ship sort of, the longboat sort of violently sort of rears up to the front and then stabilizes. They release the ropes, and now you are on your own. And Brilwyn shouts down, "We'll stay here as long as we can. Good luck."
Very well.
I'm gonna kind of just salute and then like push off the ship and start rowing.
Excellent.
And probably start like calling off like like
Stroke.
yeah, with for Octavian, so they go together.
Yep.
Great. So let's get some strength checks from both of you
Now, I am proficient with water vehicles.
with advantage.
I think that just means I add my proficiency.
Oh, okay.
17.
Excellent.
I would add 3 to that. Great.
Well, I did give you advantage, so it's okay. So yes,
I am also helping in a way too. 'Cause
Of course.
Octavian's got, like, just based on raw stats, Octavian's got a lot more
Did you say
power.
athletics or
Oh,
strength?
did I? Then -3. So...
Well, I do. Maybe I misheard. I don't know what Ella said.
either way is fine. Sorry.
Okay.
There. Athletics is better.
Okay.
Okay. We're about even. Experience versus power.
Great. So it does look at a few points like the ship could go over, but with both of you rowing in unison, you're able to make it through the waves and push the ship. The last wave just kind of pushes the ship kind of right up onto the shore, but it looks like the wave is coming out. You're going to have to jump out quickly and pull the boat up onto the shore before the sea takes it.
Everybody out! Go, go, go! And Octavian will start pulling the boat once everybody's out.
Yes. So you
Or
get
at the
it.
very least, once the everybody except maybe Varn are out because Varn's not going to add much to it.
Yes. So as you get onto the shore, you're able to pull the boat up on it. I believe at this point, Tufa would probably jump out and start sniffing around, the wind sort of blowing her fur this way and that.
Oh, Chico would have been out of the boat probably pretty quick.
Okay.
About 10 feet from the shore, she'd have been out.
Yes. And before you, you would notice, with the seas behind you churning and splashing up onto the shore, you can make out the Methalqua, which is getting tossed around like a cork a little bit in the water. And turning around, you would see ruins. You would see a ruined tower. Above it, right above it, you would notice that there is a swirling vortex of clouds right above it that appears to be more or less right above where the tower would have been. It's a little odd, but only stone blocks and twisted metal remain on the ground. It looks like it was once a type of perhaps quartz or limestone. And then you would see kneeling in these ruins, with his hand on the ground, attempting to write something in the middle of this storm. You would see a man about 6'2", leanly muscled. He looks to be in like his early 60s, with shoulder length, somewhat messy, kind of steel gray hair, which is whipping around. And he appears to be trying to write something in a notebook or on some parchment, but he's not having much luck.
Before we get to that, just for the sake of
I'm
stuff.
back.
Oh, good. Jake's finally back. We're on the shore now.
Yes.
Is there something that I
Sorry,
can...
I had Taco Bell and had an issue.
Nice.
Oh. We've all been there.
Is there a place where we could tie the boat up so in case high tide comes, it stays?
Our option might just be have the strong guys just try and lift it farther upshore.
Get it away from the sand then? Okay. Yeah, probably for the best then, if there's nothing to tie it to.
So yeah, the map is not exactly precisely what I wanted, but you would have the boat would have been like over here, and you see the man over here.
Okay. Drop it. Take
Ren would kind of like tap Elise on the shoulder and kind of like point towards the man and just gauge her reaction if that's who, you know. Oh, I did want to have a conversation with Elise. I totally forgot.
Oh, it's all right. You'll have a chance. Wait a minute. Where's my? What if I do? No, not that one. I'm just trying to find a boat. Here we go. Oh, that's not a boat. There we go. Okay, yeah. So the boat's like over here. There we go. Okay. It's a boat.
That'll work.
Yeah, it's good enough. Theater of the Mind. And then where is Mr. Oh, there we go. Great, yeah, so you would see, as Elise jumps onto shore, you would see her cry, "Father!" and she starts running. So there's your answer.
All right,
Yeah,
well, start running after her.
Barn is currently hugging the ground.
Land! Solid land!
As you get closer, there's enough stone left that you see that there's actually like a small shelter from the worst of the wind, and you're actually able to kind of operate here for a moment. You are somewhat protected by some of the rubble. And as you're getting closer, you would see that he has a groomed full beard, also steel gray, fair skin, a faint grouping of scars visible kind of on his left eye, and his eyes, as he looks up at Elise, they're like a blue-gray color, and he sort of has like a mischievous grin as he looks at her. He's wearing spectacles, and he has like on like a simple gray wool jacket over a white linen shirt, dark green trousers, and you could just see below the coat a belt of alchemist tools and different supplies, and he would say, "Ah, Wisp, I see you came after me despite my instructions for you not to."
What did he call her?
Wisp.
Wisp. Mr. Renaud.
And she would say, "And you've brought some associates with you. Gerard Renaud, pleased to make your acquaintance. I wish that the weather was a little bit more forgiving, but alas."
It would have been much easier to meet you at your shop, I think.
He holds out a letter. He hands it to Elise, and he says, "Nicholas wrote to me. He told me what I had feared all these long years. Elise, my wisp, the spirits of the others are still trapped down there. The nightmares, they've been worse for him. For the last, what has it been?" And he sort of seems like he's like he has this.
Hold on.
A train of thought. What's the matter?
No. Octavian's just gonna go. Hold on. There's a lot in that sentence that I did not understand. We've come here at the behest of your daughters to bring you home, where they are concerned that you are on a suicide mission.
He would say. He sort of looks at his daughter, a little bit of anger on his face, and he says, "A suicide mission? Is this what you've told them?" And Elise would say, "I've never been one to follow your orders. You know that, Father. Why have you come here?" And he says, "What has it been? How long has it been? 30 years? I thought Nicholas had been recuperating on his parents' farm just outside Candlekeep, but no, he'd been training, fighting, waiting for the day he could come back here and make things right." And he sort of pounds his hand, and he says, "While I all but forgot them."
Make what right? What are you talking about?
With this, Gerard would simply hold out a sheet of paper.
Okay. Does it have writing on it, or does it have like a picture?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
And he holds this out. And Elise says, "Father, you've moved on. It's what you had to do." And he says, "When we came to this place, we were looking for one final adventure, something to cement us in legend, and we heard a rumor of an ancient elven tower in a land across the sea called Halcyon. They said that a dragon guarded a hoard below, and if we could defeat it, the treasure was ours. Oh, we were so naive. We drank all night, and we made promises to our families and friends we would return in a week with the skull of that dragon, and it was to be our last mission together. You see, none of us were getting any younger, so we booked passage through Aronsport, which some called Kylos back then. But it was a ruse, my wisp. The lizard folk had taken residence and lured us here. Only Nicholas and I made it out alive. The horrors inside. There was no dragon."
Well, that is at least some comfort to me, but... My friend, as one who has lost a lot of friends along his career, you can't do anything to help them once they're gone. You can only mourn them. If you've come here for revenge, that is not going to make things right. It's not going to bring them back. As you said, or did he say, or his daughter said he has to move on, right?
Yes.
As your daughter said, your own flesh and blood, you have to move on.
Elise would nod to you and say, "You can't change the past, Father. They aren't coming back." And Gerard would say, "What they did to Corbin. You see, I must end this. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to kill that shaman and stop the nightmares once and for all. And Elise
You
said,
will do no such thing. You are past your prime, old man.
Elise nods and says, "Father, I've brought my friends with us. Please, please, you stay here." And she looks at you, Octavian, and she says, "Please, won't you go inside with me and see if there's a way to restore this tower?"
I am no stonemason, but we could do something. You, Gerard, you need to take a moment and think about what you're doing. Had we not come here, you would most likely have met your end down there, and nothing would have changed. And the only thing that would have changed would have been your daughter's opinions of you. Would have left them alone and scared in a city that, rightly, two people as kind as that should not be growing up in. You would never have been able to forgive yourself.
We're going to say they grew up in Baldur's Gate. Provost is nothing worse.
Still.
I want to say, Elise, I didn't get a chance to ask you, so I guess I will ask him myself. Gerard, what I know that you were part of this the Hawks adventuring party. What were your specific capabilities?
He would say, "I was." Just 1 second. Yes, that's right. He would say, "I was the leader. I was the one who generally found us the contracts, found us the jobs. The others, there were 3 brothers. The others were brothers, and they would follow my lead. And as time went on, we thought this would be our last job. That, as you said, we were getting to be past our prime, and we wanted to go out in one final blaze of glory. And what better way than to bring the skull of a dragon back to Baldur's Gate?"
You've already said that, but you didn't really answer his question. I think he's asking what your skill set is.
Are you a magician? Are you a fighter? We know you're an alchemist, but...
Oh, I'm handy with a blade.
Handier than a professional soldier of 40 years?
He would say, "Listen, we have to stop this. We have to free their spirits. Their spirits are trapped in here. Don't you understand? My brother-in-arms, Nicholas, has been tormented by nightmares of this place for almost 30 years, and the only way to stop it, we have to free them. Don't you understand?" And he looks like he's becoming...
Can I make an Arcana check?
Looks like he's becoming a little bit frantic. Arcana would be fine.
Okay.
What are you checking on?
I kind of want to see if there's from this tower, now that we're near it, if there's just kind of a magical energy coming off of it, and if I kind of understand what he's saying.
Oh, definitely, yeah. You're getting a magical energy all around this place, and based on what he's saying, you would have to infer that the ones who fell, and I don't know if you could read this journal entry, the ones who fell, you could infer that perhaps they've been turned into ghosts or specters.
What about you? If this Nicholas has been hampered by nightmares, what of you?
He said, "I think I got it the easiest. Only recently has it begun to plague me, and I believe this is the only way to stop it, is to free their spirits and stop the evil that lurks beneath this place."
You mentioned Nicholas was training. Were you expecting to see him here?
Yes, he's supposed to be meeting me here. I've been waiting almost all day. I arrived this morning, and I don't know what's keeping him. Perhaps the storms.
Possibly. I do not think our boat out there is going to be there when we finish up with what we're doing, whether it sinks or if they will have to retreat to safer waters. Hopefully it's the second.
He would pull out a paper from his notes, and he would say, Noticing Deflator sort of looking around, he would say, you, do you have some magical skill?
I have knowledge of the arcane.
Like we took a longboat to shore, and the Mythalqua is anchored offshore. You could probably see the yellow sails in the distance.
Okay.
About 150, 200 yards out. He would say, the research I've done, I think we need to determine the source of these storm clouds. The legends that I've found said that the tower would appear if it's bathed in the light of Lyra, but these ruins have been cursed, it seems. I cannot discern how to clear these storms or from whence they originate.
Silicon said to clear the sky.
He would look up and say, who?
An acquaintance. I asked her about this tower, and the only advice she gave me was clear the sky.
Yes, that's it. We must find a way. That must be it. And he looks like he's almost frantic. Elise puts her hands on his shoulders and kind of makes him sit down, and she's trying to calm him down.
Look, Mr. Renaud.
Look, as...
Or just cuts me off, that's cool. It's fine. Go ahead, Jake. Deflator doesn't talk enough.
Look, it might be... His thoughts may seem irrational, but sometimes there is rationality in an irrational person. Now, he might not know all the secrets of the arcane, but these storms, if it's always storming here, could be linked to the anguish these trapped souls feel. We must do them the favor of returning them to death.
A noble goal, but Mr. Renaud, I do not think you are in the right frame of mind to be of use. So unless you are willing to sit this one out, or if you can support us with magic from afar, I would think that it is best you stay on the surface.
Elise would look to you, Octavian, and say, I can stay here with him, wait with him, and see if Nicholas arrives. If you're comfortable to go beneath and see what there is to see, come back up and tell us, and we can see if we can end the curse that's plaguing this place.
Well, time like the present. Varn! We're moving. Seeing as how Varn has not caught up to everybody yet.
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
No, you're fine. It's just, you did say Varn was like hugging the ground and stuff like that, so
Yeah,
he
Varn
wasn't paying attention to us.
Varn would be making his way to you
Okay.
at this point.
Well, we have a heading.
Elise would say, Father, we'll make camp here. We can prepare some potions for them. She sees that he has all his ingredients, and you notice that this takes his mind, this sort of focuses his mind a bit, and he says, yes, Wisp, yes, that's what we'll do. And he begins kind of busying himself, doing the best he can, sort of looking at some of his vials and going through his notes. It seems to busy his mind enough that he's distracted now. Elise would look up at you and say, I beg you go. If you see any sign of his friends, their bodies, take his journal with you. It's the handout. Take his journal with you. It may give you some clue as to what happened down there.
Right. We'll do what we can.
As we start to head down, Ren is going to take something out of his pack and hand it to Octavian. I've had this for some time now, and I've been saving it for a special occasion. I think you might get some use out of it if you apply it to your blade.
Ooh, what is it?
It is oil of sharpness.
Ooh, me likey.
It takes 1 minute to apply, lasts for 1 hour, and it becomes a +3 weapon.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Wow.
Okay.
I gave you that?
You did. When you did, I'm like, oh fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna argue.
Wow. Forgot about that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to make like a custom thing for the longsword there. Um, I just don't know if
Just
I want to do it now because I.
add a +3 longsword to your inventory quick.
Duh. Yeah, I
Come
don't know if
on,
I'm gonna
dummy.
apply. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do it right now because I don't know how far down we're gonna be going. I think. Let's see.
Side note, I could also use one of these scrolls that I have on the 6 of us. That way, no matter where we are, we're always in communication with all of each other.
For at least an hour, right? Probably a good idea. Let's at least get underground and see what we're dealing with, and then we can do all of our prep work there.
Well, I would want to include the
Oh.
Renaults in it.
Right. Well, I think we might as well.
So you're
Okay.
forming.
Are these stairs?
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah, let's say that. So are you forming a telepathic bond with all the folks here?
Yeah, I would kind of explain it to
5-6 people.
the Renault. And then I would, as long as everyone's okay with it, I would use the scroll.
Elise would say, "Please, just me. His mind is rattled. I don't know that he'd be able to stop just his chain of consciousness going out to you."
Very well. Oh, what's Tufa's intelligence?
I think she's just got basic 10
It's 20 now.
or whatever. Yes, it's
She's a
42.
giant badger, right?
Yes. Jeez.
A giant
she's-
badger
I
has an
think it's
int
either
of
10 or
2.
8.
They have a 2.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So I can't include creatures of intelligence 2 or less. So we can't bond with Tufa.
Yeah, that's
What
fine.
a shame.
What a shame.
Tufa honestly doesn't need to know. She's just gonna follow along behind Varn anyway.
So the 4 of us and Elise are telepathically bonded.
Cool. And you would notice Tufa go up kind of near Gerard, lay down, and kind of put her face sort of near his leg, and he starts scratching her behind the ear, and he seems very, very happy about meeting Tufa.
Tufa's a lap badger.
Oh yes.
She's in his lap.
Okay. Perfect.
Now you don't have to worry about him following us. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I've always kind of had this thought that badgers were as mean as raccoons.
Not Tufa.
Not Tufa, though.
Can I get
Raccoons are fucking assholes. There's this one around my neighborhood that, runs and attacks people for their trash.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a while, but...
I saw a Fisher cat one time.
I don't know what that is.
It's like I don't know. It's like a little coyote-looking thing.
It's like a big stoat or something.
Okay.
Almost like a Wolverine.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at it.
Yeah, probably between a Wolverine and a freaking ferret.
Yeah. Where I used to live, they just keep building and building and building more stuff, and it just forces all the animals out of the woods into the town. But anyway, are you all roughly where you're standing, more or less?
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah, I'm waiting for the group at the stairs.
Okay. Ren or Varn, can I get a perception check?
You would need to give me a second. I'm not on my sheet right now.
Ren rolled a 20. Is that all right?
All right, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Ren, in the distance, inland a bit, there is a tree line. And you would, just as you're about to sort of head to follow Deflator, you would see a small light appears to be floating past the tree line.
Or is it stationary?
And it's just kind of bobbing around a little bit.
Seen anything like this before?
Don't go, it's a lanternfish. We're all gonna die.
As
Seen something like this before?
as you're looking at it, it appears to start moving away and disappears into the fog.
All right. I want to quickly go up to Gerard before we go down. So I know it's been some time, but any information will be helpful. I'm guessing in underneath the ruins of the towers where the lizard folk are.
He would say, "Yes, you must beware the shaman. We underestimated him. I pray you do not make the same mistake."
Okay, and do you know of any? Were there any other caves that they were coming from, or is this strictly underneath?
He would say that the lizard folk, they shouldn't be here, but they've been seen in this area along the cliffs. There's different caves in the area. They appear to roam the north side of Hannon, sometimes just simply almost like a scout. But my understanding is that they live underground.
Okay. I recommend at least perhaps enter the ruin area, just so you're out of sight. I saw a strange light coming like around the forest. It was kind of floating in the air and then went back inside the forestry line.
And Varn, this would remind you of a similar incident.
Yes, it would.
Outside Haverhill, wasn't it? The ghosts.
We don't know what it was. All we know is that it was a light that disappeared into the forest. So Varn would go and remind them of that incident. How far away was the light? Do we know?
Just now?
Yeah.
100 feet or so.
100 feet.
Yeah, I would say like right here. I don't know if you saw that or not. Like to the far south of this map, there'd be like a line of trees.
Oh, hang on.
Also,
okay.
Also, just ignore all these torches. Sorry, I meant to try to Photoshop it, but I didn't get around to it.
Nah, you're good. All right. Varn, now that he's not wearing clunky fucking heavy ass armor, Varn is first. Varn's gonna go and roll a Constitution to see how he's feeling.
Great. So you would have advantage because you ate that bread.
Oh, right. It would also help if I wasn't rolling in fucking the other thing here. No, go away. There we go. So yeah, let's roll on.
You're feeling better.
All right. So in that case, Varn is going to he's going to go and what's the terrain like? Is it like long grass? Is it?
Yes. So there's obviously a lot of broken stone and sort of twisted metal around, but yes, the terrain would be tall grass, some bushes, and then you're on sort of like a small outcropping, and there's rock around, and the rock sort of continues.
Varn is there.
Yes.
All right. So, ping whereabouts we saw the light then? Down there. All right. Varn is going to head over this way, and try to stealth over to the edge here. Through the tall grass. So let's see. Especially now that I don't have fucking disadvantage. There we go. So that's a 21.
Yes, you feel very hidden.
All right. So Varn is now over here. And he's going to try to perceive. Does an 18?
Yes. So looking, you're hiding in the tall grass, looking towards the tree line. You're not seeing anything, but then you would just barely see through the mist the shimmering outline of like a light that appears to turn from like a whitish yellow to a pale blue.
Do we have the telepathic currently?
Yes.
Yeah.
So as he's sitting there watching it, Varn would kind of relay this information over, or at least think hard on it. I'm assuming that you guys would be able to hear thought.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Varn's gonna go and relay the information back, or focus really hard on it and hope that you're all hearing it. As to what exactly he is seeing. And he's going to ask what the others think he should do from here.
It's clearly not hostile, so I think we should simply just get underground and deal with whatever lies for us down there.
Varn goes and reminds you that neither are scouts unless they're caught.
Well, if all you're seeing is lights and no silhouettes, then I don't think we have to worry about lizard folk there. It is not actively trying to make us targets. Does not seem aggressive, then should not give it cause to be aggressive.
Varn,
Okay.
with your perception, you would notice that the light appears to be bobbing about, not really with the wind you're feeling, and you don't see anybody holding it or any figure. It just seems like a floating light to you.
Something
So
like
it's
a
kind of seems like a will o' the wisp.
I was going to say, if it's something like a will o' the wisp, we'd be best not to mess with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, Varn's gonna go and just simply make his way back towards the others and leave it be.
You would notice as you start to walk away, Varn, the light, the radius of it seems to kind of shrink, and it turns back to a pale yellow and starts to kind of fade back into the trees.
Okay, kind of weird, but he would relay this information as well, as he's headed back, slinking through the grass.
Whatever it was probably just curious, and curiosity is not hostility. Deflator, you've been rummaging around in here for a while. See any way down?
I point to the stairs.
Let's go.
Okay.
As Octavian walks in front of me, I put my hand on his chest and like try and like make it so he stops going forward.
Okay.
This is my duty. Let me lead.
Very well.
Yay! It finally showed up. Fucking crossbow.
Miss Elite did mind us to be wary of traps, because that is what killed one of the original adventurers.
Yes.
You're quite observant, Ren. Deflator, your glaive.
I already had it out.
I will light the tip of it. That way you and him can see.
So are you all proceeding down the stairs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh boy. This is our entry point in this black void.
Mm-hmm.
Or do we like the black man?
Okay. Zoom out all the way, and you should see where you are.
Yeah, I did.
Kind of.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Oh
Alright.
no, I recognize these maps.
All right, guys. Welcome to my first dungeon.
Ooh, boy.
Yay!
Justin, you remember I said to you last week? I was like, "There's one thing that we haven't done yet."
Wondering, I hope you
Rats.
didn't take many cues from my dungeon. I don't want to have to go through that.
No, it's actually very different. I hope. We'll see.
I'm internally just regretting sending you that PDF of all the traps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do my oil of sharpness yet, because now that I see how big this black void is, I'm like, might want to save it for when we know when the big guy's coming up.
So it takes a minute to apply.
Right.
Cobra, I wrote an 8-session dungeon with some of those traps.
Wow. Is
Only
it,
8?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Is it like the Tomb of Horrors?
It's supposed to be as difficult, but like for lower levels.
I will watch it. I don't need that much punishment in my life.
Nah, you need more punishment. You'll play Tomb of Horrors with me.
Okay, I will. I'm easy. So as
I will actually run that if you guys want to play that, because it seems like an
I'm in.
interesting module to run.
I don't even know.
I know you are in form. I really know you like putting yourself through pain when you play Dungeons and Dragons.
I will definitely go, and I'll actually bring a human in.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
You guys have never met him, but Isan, my druid.
I do not know Asan.
No, he was a character for another one shot with another group that was more of a 4-shot.
That's how
But
most
yeah,
one-shots turn
no,
out.
It's
he's a shepherd druid, so he just talks to fucking animals.
Nice. Alright, so what do we see down here?
Yes, so as the quote stairs up above were really just like rocks that kind of guided you beneath the surface, and then as you reach the bottom, you would enter a round stone room. There's a single door on the left side. In the center of the room, roughly, there's a wooden table with assorted objects on it. You would notice that there is quite a bit of like moss like on the ground and on the walls, and that is where you are.
Be careful. Where are your traps?
Friend's passive investigation is 15. Nowhere near as good as his passive perception, but
So, passive investigation is a thing.
yeah, it's more for well, it's kind of like for like typically for like a DM, like if there are things in a room that your players can find and you don't you don't necessarily want to make them start rolling for everything. You have passive perception 15, so you find this thing and this thing.
Sure.
There might be more if you try to look or something like that.
So, Ren, you'd notice that some of the moss hanging from the walls appears to be a bit scorched, and as well as on the floor, but only around the edges. Towards the center of the room, the moss is more green and thick. On the table, you'd see cups, a bottle of wine that appears to be corked, as well as a granite bust.
Well, that doesn't look suspicious at all.
Is it a bust of your Koda?
No. Although I do... I'll bring Virkoto down. I'll put him right here in the spot of honor. Cobra, can you see my stream or no?
Yeah.
I'm going to live just long enough to see them put your head on a spike, and then I'm going to look up at you and wave like this. Babylon 5 joke, sorry. Please continue.
That's on my list. I have DS9 and Babylon 5 I want to rewatch.
Yeah. If I lived near you, I would just give you my DVD set, but alas.
Well, I think Ren's gonna slowly make his way to the table and try and take a closer look at whatever's going on there.
Sure. So you would see some cups, a couple of them set up, a couple of them seem to be knocked over. There is that bottle of wine which appears to be full and corked, and the granite bust is kind of on one side, sort of laying on the face.
I want to smell the wine, see if it's like vinegar, like it has to be like it's been there a long time.
Okay. So you're gonna pull the cork?
Oh, I think it was corked, like uncorked. Oh, I guess uncorked. I don't know. Oh, then never mind. What's the label on the wine say?
It says Cohen Red Vineyards, Hand and Holt.
Does it have a date on it? Like a vintage date?
Yes. It would say
2.
1 second. It would say $13.99.
So that's about over 40 years old then. Almost 50, I think.
Yes, correct.
That is very old. As in, I think around that time it was a very long time ago. If it's been sitting in this place for that long, I doubt it's good anymore.
Ren, I forgot to mention on the table there's also some, you as you're looking around you would notice that there is some fruit. Apples, pears, things like that, and they do not appear to be rotting.
Anyone have any opinion?
Well, we're not here to pick up fancy wines. I think there's no enemies here, and there is no lizard and no signs of wayward spirits. I think we just need to keep moving.
Barn pockets the wine.
The voice rings out, "You fools!"
Ren, somebody makes note of to the party that the moss is like singed around the edges.
That is very strange. It's a lot greener near the table.
Yeah, what like something special about the bust? If there's like a button on it, or what the bust might be of.
It's laying on the face, so you would have to pick it up or turn it to take a look.
Oh, fuck it then. I'll write the bust and probably kill us all.
So you go to move it to set it up straight?
Sure.
The bust becomes animated and says, set me up properly! Put me upright so I can get a look at you!
Great, another talking statue.
Varn looks at the bottle of wine and slowly puts it back, thinking that, Jesus Christ, I haven't even had anything to drink. I'm already seeing things talking.
He said, the bust would say, put the wine back, that was trying to finish me lunch, can't you see?
Right.
Varn shakes his head, no.
He says, what are you doing here? People always come in. I tell them not to. The lizards will get them, but do they listen to me? Oh, no. They put me out here as a welcoming committee, don't you know?
What the hell are you?
What's it look like? A lot bit handsomer than you.
I could change that.
Oh, I forgot to throw the bag of beans overboard. All right, never mind.
Do you have them with you?
I do.
Oh dear.
I'm not using them though. They're tied up really tight. They're in my pack.
Mummy Lord.
Yeah, no.
That
I'll deal with a lizard full.
That could go really well or really bad.
Just drop a fucking pyramid on them. Call me Ozymandias. That's a joke that I think only Jake understands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, I just assumed it was a Watchmen reference. I didn't get. I'm sorry.
no, it's a reference to an anime series.
Oh, okay.
It's fate. There's one of the characters is Ramses II, Ozymandias, and his like ultimate ability is he drops a fucking pyramid on you.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, so, well, this if I never thought in my life I would meet two talking statues.
He says, why have you met another?
Yes, he was just as chatty.
Oh, sounds like an interesting fellow.
You could say that.
Why don't you bring him down here? We'll have a dinner party.
He got caught up in a cave-in. Well, we're here to deal with the lizard men and whatever else ails this place. Do you have any idea why the walls are a bit scorched and you over here seem a bit untouched?
He says, well, it's my job to keep the likes of you out, although if you're here to kill the lizards, did you say?
That is part of the job.
Do you promise me you'd be a kinder master than that one wizard lizard? I don't like him.
That's
Wizard lizard.
the lizard wizard. That's
We don't. I don't plan on being a master in any regard.
right. At the very least, we can give you your freedom.
He says, oh, good. You can set me outside on the grass and I can look at the sunset. Grand.
Or we can at least find you somebody who would enjoy your company.
He says, well, that would be fine. I'll tell you what. Answer me these riddles and I'll open the door. Don't, and well, and could everybody just put your token where you're actually standing?
I'm staying close
If the
to the table.
first question is what is your favorite color,
It is not.
I'm in. Let's do it.
It's your favorite color.
Getting the statues, I'm right there.
He would say
The wines, I don't know where he's at.
the what?
Wine, I'm assuming, is probably right here
Oh,
on the table.
the wine?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I actually have? You're gonna not believe it. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. There, look, I've actually got a token of a bust. There you go. Okay. So he'd say, answer me these riddles, and I open the door. Don't, and well. And at this, a ring of fire springs up, about 2 inches thick around the edge of the room. It appears to be arcane in nature.
You have a sick sense of humor.
At this, he cackles with glee. And he says, you look like a smart bunch. I'm sure you'll be fine.
But what do you think of the option of you burn us and I spike you into the ground?
He says, well, very well, but you won't get to the wizard lizard.
I'm just spitballing here, you know. Let's hear your riddle.
He says, all right, first, listen closely. I'll only say them once. I pass before the sun, yet I make no shadow. What am I?
Wait, what did he say?
Pass before the shadow yet. Pass before the sun yet I make no shadow.
I'll put it in there.
Time.
So you can read it.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it could be the moon. or morning, dawn.
So it passes, so something that
Oh.
moves, but it's invisible.
It's invisible. It has to be something invisible. So
Not
what
necessarily.
what moves past the sun during the day that is invisible? Wind.
That's true.
Somewhere Danric is going, listen to the wind.
Yeah, give the answer to Flater.
The wind.
He says, yes, very good, very good. And at this, the fire actually will close in another 2 inches. And I'm not good at drawing like a circle.
I thought you said you wouldn't burn us if we answered correctly.
He says, we'll see how this goes. The rich want it, the poor have it, and both will perish if they eat it.
Oh, fuck. Money.
No,
The
the rich want it, the poor have it.
Oh,
You got that backwards.
yeah, sorry.
Both perish if they
Fuck.
eat it.
Alice really do be hitting us with the fucking riddles for 5-year-olds.
Yeah, right?
A lot of time on riddles.com.
Yes, Desh got it right in chat. The last one, not this one.
Just want it poor, but they both perish if they eat it. I am
it's not
bad at
bread.
riddles. Could be peanuts. It could be peanuts, depending on who you are.
If somebody wants to roll like an intelligence check, maybe they would think of it.
I only got a +1 in that.
Wait, say the riddle one more time.
I pasted it in the chat. The rich want it, the poor have it, and both will perish if they eat it.
Ren also
I
rolled
don't
an
know,
18.
the fucking forbidden fruit.
Oh, no, I know it. I know it. Nothing.
At this, the bust begins to giggle and he says, "You're a clever lot, well done," and the fire gets closer. And he says, iron roof, glass walls, burns and burns but never falls. What am I? Last one.
Boy.
Wait, what was it?
Can you paste that one in the chat?
Yep.
Lantern?
As Ren says this, the fire gets even closer. It looks like it's about to singe you. And he says, "You know, the riddles were just for fun. I was going to open the door for you anyway. Set me back up, pour some wine, I'll open the door. But tell my master that I'm through. He pays me nothing and I hardly get any company." The flames disappear and the door to the south slides open.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gesturing for, like, hey, what's your name?
It's Mr. Marble.
Smythe. Zachariah Smythe.
Mr. Smythe. Well, very interesting company you keep. We will definitely consider what sort of adventures you will go on when all this is over.
He says, I appreciate the talk, but would you pour me a glass of wine?
Ren contemplates just kicking the thing over and then just making the door.
I mean, here's the thing: we could take him out with us, like if he wants to go see the world, and then when we're on the boat, we could just fucking football punt him out into the ocean with the bag of beans and see what happens.
Octavian's so nice. Like I never think to myself like that they're gonna grow attached to the riddle bust and want to take it with them on adventures.
Well, he's, he wants company. He finds some company at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, he sure would.
Yikes!
I just think that would be funny. I don't know if I'll actually do it, but it's just funny.
You know, he would end up sitting there talking to a dragon turtle, and the
Oh,
dragon
yeah.
turtle would kill itself.
Yeah. Definitely the bag of beans has to go eventually.
Yes.
I do have to remember to do that.
The dragon turtle would eat the bag of beans just to kill itself.
Yeah. It gets a fucking pyramid, pops up in the middle of it.
Yeah. God damn it, these fucking riddles. That was almost as bad as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, did I ever tell you about that? Well, after the game, I'll
Okay.
tell you about that.
So, Ren, you proceeding through the door, it looks like?
True.
Yes?
Just looking through.
Okay, yeah. So, looking through, you see a large empty room, assorted crates and barrels sort of in the corner, moss on the ground, and there's some dripping water through some cracks overhead. You can see some puddles kind of scattered about, and there's some drains in the floor, it looks like.
Is there any light?
There's no light in there except what you bring with you.
So, Ren would remark, I've known a lizard folk. They don't see well in the dark, so if a room is dark, we can assume they're, well, sleeping in it or not present.
I have
Meanwhile, Varn's
I-
making faces with one right now.
I have dark vision. Am I actually able to see any other details in there?
Just looks like a large empty room. You don't see any figures or beds or anything really.
Well, here's the thing. I can generally take a hit a bit better, but Ren, you're also very good at dodging things, so I don't exactly know what would be the best course of action.
I'd be really good if Alice would have made us level 7, so I'd have evasion.
Probably after this. Very well. I will go ahead. I'll just kind of step in
Okay.
very briefly and just kind of scan the room a little bit.
Sure. So I'm just gonna like as I describe things, like over this way. Wait, why aren't I pinging? Yeah. So like I'll
There.
I'll call that like the door to the west, and this will be like the south. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just based on the orientation. So
Yeah.
yes. So you see an opening to the west that goes into what looks like another dark space. Hard to make out what's in there. And there is a doorway to the south. You definitely are catching the smell of like mildew and damp leaves, and there's water that is dripping kind of on you from the ceiling. The ceiling is rock, and it's very wet.
I can get to about there with my dark vision.
Okay.
Be like where the end of my details would be.
Yeah.
Unless this is a blocked door. Unless the door is closed.
Nope, that's actually just an opening. It's like a rounded doorway, but it's not blocked. Through.
Oh, okay. It's
In,
like a sewer, almost like a sewer tunnel kind of thing.
Kinda, yeah. So in that room, you would just simply see the stone floor looks kind of overgrown by vegetation. You see like some fungal structures kind of around the floor in that room,
Okay.
but it's
And then this is closed.
correct.
Seems all clear. Let's move in. Nothing to that direction, but definitely some closed door up ahead.
And you would see some different barrels. Some are smashed, some look like they're in good shape, and some different boxes kind of scattered about.
Let's see. Oops. And the door is like fully closed. Does it look like it's made of wood or stone?
It looks
Or
like
metal?
it is made of metal.
What do these look like?
Just kind of like almost
Are
just
they
kind
like floor grates?
yes,
or-
yeah, they're kind of
Okay.
like yeah.
Take a look at the crates and barrels.
Sure. Do you want to roll investigation? Oh, you have like should am I supposed to use your passive?
I mean, so since I'm asking to do it, that'd probably be like making a roll.
Okay.
Whereas if it's something like a detail that you deem like, oh yeah, you'd probably just find it.
Got
Like
it, okay.
that's something you do on your.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I want you. Okay. Great. So looking through the crates and barrels, you would find a pair of manacles, 3 silver coins, 10 coppers, scattered about, as well as 2 empty flasks.
Varn is gonna go and look down the grate there. Is it empty below it, or?
It appears to just simply be a very small, almost kind of like a pipe. So like the stone floor, it looks like it goes down just to simply let some of this water drain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's not like a room below it or anything maybe that you can see.
Rem will take the coins of the manacles and offer the flasks to Deflator.
I will take the flask. Oh, I didn't move mine.
And
while
nothing
they're
else
doing
in
that,
the port here.
I'm gonna give the door the once over while they're all doing that.
Sure. As you go up to the door, it appears as though it's not locked. It's just kind of stuck. It appears as though it could be forced.
Does it look like it's done on the other side, or?
Look like
I'm more so trying to look if there's anything that might be indicating some kind of like a trap, effectively. Like if it looks like it's been set up this way on purpose. Like if,
roll investigation.
Sure. That's 17.
No, you don't see anything that appears to be set up against you.
Okay. Door doesn't look locked. Doesn't seem like there's anything waiting for us when we open it, so for you all are ready.
Let's open the door.
So you're going to need a strength check, Octavian, to force this door. It appears as though it's stuck.
Okay. Natural 20.
Wow. You push it so hard it actually kind of slams open.
Just like shield bash it, like just run into it with my shield.
Basically, yes.
Little did we know it was unlocked and well greased ahead of time.
Like that one fucking door that we lit on fire that was unlocked in Waterdeep.
Yes. Oh my god.
We'll just let the wooden door burn down. It'll be fine, guys.
We
Oh,
burned down a
God.
wooden door to a warehouse and let the enemy know that we were there. The door was unlocked.
Right?
So as you enter this room, Octavian, you notice that it's not quite as damp, but it is dusty, and there's like some white powder on the ground. There is an
We
opening.
found the lab, guys.
There is an opening to the west, and there is another door to the south.
The door looks closed from my distance, right?
Yes.
What can I see to there?
Looking in that direction, you would see. Let me just give me 1 second.
The Deflator's in here too, so she has light out to like dim light out to 40.
Okay. Okay, dim light out to 40.
Yeah, and I have dark vision to 60.
60, okay. So you would see Octavian looking in this direction. You would see what looks like a body of, or just like a large puddle of water, and you would hear some kind of gentle sloshing.
Does it sound like it's just the water is moving, not like something moving through it?
It's hard to tell from where you are, but
I'm just gonna look to the group and using the telepathic bond, say, water. Oops, it was not on the measuring tool. Water. About that way. Sounds as if it's either something is moving in it slightly, or it itself is moving. Not entirely sure.
in this room as well, you would see actually a stone coffin as well.
Does it look closed or open?
Right here, it does look closed. The lid is slightly ajar, and there's some stones around the floor near it.
Best not to. We're here to set the dead to rest, not disturb them. Best to leave it alone. Since I got a little bit closer, can I see a bit further in?
Sure, 1 second.
I'm going to say, be
Put
careful.
your aura out. Maybe.
Yeah, so you would see that it looks like there's just like some sort of a pool in here.
And I don't see any figures moving through.
You don't.
Empty through there. So it was just slushing about.
Be careful of bricks hidden in algae, or the moss or whatever.
Good idea.
Ren would say, because I'm just taking a look at this note page that we were given.
Okay. Does it look like that room in the water has a lot of algae around it?
Not as much as you'd expect. There's a bit of moss on the ground.
Okay. This might not be the room for that one, but I will keep that in mind.
I was gonna say, why did everything just turn yellow? Is that your dark vision aura?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me do that.
That way you can tell how much Varn can see.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that, and then I'll use the second aura for gradient consumption if I need.
Okay.
What about the door down here? Same kind of deal as the last one?
This door... this door looks like it has a handle on it, like a ring handle.
It's actually a towel holder.
Just wary about traps. I'm gonna give it the once over real quick. Do an investigation.
Sure.
That's a 9.
It seems like if you pulled the handle, you'd probably be able to open it.
Does it open inward or do I have to push?
Usually you have to, it opens inward.
Alright, I'm gonna look to everybody else and telepath. Should I open this door, or do you want to move into the other room?
Varn is gonna step into here. And he's gonna keep an eye on this room while you're messing with the door.
Okay.
Varn, as you step closer to that room, there's a voice in your head, which is not one of your...
I already have.
Yes.
I was going to say, I already have voices.
It's not one that you're familiar with, and it says to you, I am but a stupendous hybrid animated mildewed parasite.
Fuck.
Can now, if Varn is focusing on this, does it go and transfer through the mind connection?
You probably would, yes.
So yeah, I mean, once he hears a voice in his head, he's gonna focus on it. So yeah. Welcome to Varn's mind. Try not to scream and run around too much. It's a little slippery. So yeah. Varn's definitely going to be going and looking around. I have the back button. He's gonna go and look around in the room and just see if he can find a source. for said, or a possible source for said voice.
As this happens, you would notice that the water appears to be just kind of moving a little bit more than it was before.
Great.
Guess what, guys? I think we just found a sentient gelatinous cube.
Interesting.
Try not to run. Well, no, you can run. They're pretty slow.
Yeah, maybe we could just try and avoid that room and make our way around.
Yeah. Why don't we see what's on the other side of this door? Let's come back to this.
Well, so yeah, Vern's going to take a step back and definitely focus on said room.
Okay. I'm going to take this door. And I'm going to open it very slowly.
As you step back, Varn, and everyone, but it seems like it's more directed at you, Varn. It says you would simply hear this like wheezing sound, and it just says jangling slippery as Octavian opens the door. You would simply see
The skeleton pops out of the closet.
You would see a smaller room, and there is a mirror hanging on the wall.
Great. It's like there's a mirror.
Yeah, so Octavian, are you gonna walk in and summon Shadow Link, or is somebody else?
Fuck it. I'm going in.
Ren, could you roll perception? Well, I keep forgetting about your passive. It's just like such a...
Yeah, passive 23.
Yeah, okay. You would notice that the lid of the coffin, you hear a little sound as if it moved a little bit.
I would immediately just in the telepathic bond just yell, halt.
I've already stepped through a little bit.
As you step through, Octavian, the door slams shut behind you.
Fuck. You just hear it in everybody's mind. Fuck.
Bard looks at the others and goes and says, "Didn't he say that we should never split the party?"
Hey, we're investigating rooms, so technically we're all here. So it's just. I'm
now
sure
there's
it would
a
have
closed door between us.
I was so fond of Octavian too.
Yeah, great. Don't worry, you'll love my backup character. He's a treat.
Is he an undead? Because I'm pretty sure he's going to climb out of that coffin.
Croctavian.
Croctavian. No, actually, it's another character I've been sitting
Hey, what's
on
the
for a
door
bit.
made out of?
It is made of metal.
Fuck. I don't even have
Damn.
any fire spells.
All right. Well, the door closed behind me. What do I just see myself in the mirror?
You do.
Standing there, looking dumbfounded.
You do. And as the door slams shut, some torches on the side of the room lit up, and in the mirror you see the same thing happen. Of course.
Whatever game you're playing at, I'm not impressed. I just say out loud.
Is there a doorknob?
There was a door handle, like one of those circular ones.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna aim my fingers, and I'm gonna say, "Knock, knock, motherfucker," and then shoot two Eldritch blasts at the doorknob or handle.
You ever see the second Boondock Saints movie?
I have.
Yes.
Yes.
All Saints
Ding
Day.
dong, motherfucker! Ding dong! And during this, Ren's eyes are fixated on the coffin, by the way.
There was a firefight!
Oh my fucking god! I crit the doorknob.
Holy shit!
Little did you know, it was unlocked. Still.
Pew pew.
You notice that the door is rather singed. It doesn't seem to have blasted apart, though.
Damn.
Now is when you need the spell knock.
So what is Octavian
Or
doing?
shatter.
I'm just gonna get closer to the mirror, seeing as that this is the only interesting thing in the room.
Yes. Go ahead and roll investigation
Sure.
or perception, whatever you're better at.
Roll a wisdom save. What?
Wow. You said perception after I had clicked. Can I do that instead? Because that's actually better for me.
Sure.
Okay. And it's only slightly better. 12.
You notice that in the mirror, you see it just looks like a regular mirror. But you might notice that in the mirror you see a painting of like a grassy hill with long shadows on the wall to your right in the mirror. But if you looked at the wall to your right, you don't see the painting there.
Look, it's a shooter on the grassy knoll.
Oh God. What if I look at it, trying to see what it's reflecting on the opposite side? Is there anything different?
It looks to be, when you look in the mirror, everything looks identical, except that one painting exists in the mirror, but not in the room you're standing in.
And is that and based on how it's reflecting, would it be on this side or this side of the painting?
Said to your right, so you're facing the mirror. So it'd be on the left.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds
We'll
right.
go with that. I'm terrible with my right and left. I'm gonna go.
I broke my left leg. I know which one it is.
I'll go and look over here and just try to see if maybe if I feel around, maybe the painting's invisible or something.
You are not feeling anything.
What game are you playing at?
At this point, and this is interesting because you're all telepathically linked. At this point, you would all hear this voice in your head kind of start laughing, and it says, wheezing, it says, "I am but a stupendous hybrid, jangling, slippery, sacrilegious appendages. I stay below, the shaman dislikes me." And Varn, you would see a tentacle come up out of the water and start kind of swishing very slowly.
Varn takes a step back. And he simply just goes and says, guys?
Has the coffin moved at all? Because I said that's Red's main focus.
No, it appears as though it's just more open than it was before, and looking inside, if you looked inside, I would tell you what you saw.
Ren doesn't have any light.
Okay.
Deflator's got light on her staff, on her glaive, so that would be in the room.
Is there enough light going, like, just scattering into the coffin to see inside?
No,
It's bright up to that point.
you could
At
see,
that.
yeah, you can see what looks like it might be a skeleton inside, but shining the light inside would probably tell you more.
Alright, while they're doing that, I'm gonna touch the mirror.
So as you do, you see your reflection do exactly what you're doing. Looking in the background, though, you notice that the painting on the wall is askew. And your reflection looking at you, it has the same expression as you, but the eyes are like a little bit panicked and they're flicking over to the painting.
Okay. Then I'm gonna step back, and I imagine my reflection does so.
Yes.
And then I'm going to try and maneuver myself into the correct my reflection in the correct direction to try and realign the painting.
Okay. So you yourself walk over to the wall, keeping an eye.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I'm watching myself, and I'm just trying to kind of guide them in the right direction, so that when I do that, I can get a good grip and.
Yeah,
tilt
it's a little bigger. It's probably more like that size.
Yeah.
Right. So as you do this, you're moving your hands, watching what your reflection's doing.
Mm-hmm.
The reflection would straighten the painting And as it does so, you would see a silver key fall out from behind it onto the floor in the mirror.
Okay, I will reach down and have my reflection pick it up
Mhm.
and bring it, and then I will walk back towards the front and see if I can have it, like, pass it off to me.
As you reach out and touch the mirror, you are able to touch the key through the mirror.
Take the key.
You notice that looking at your reflection, again, it's a duplicate of you, of course, but the eyes are flicking over to the painting and looking at the painting with this grassy hill with these long shadows. The shadows on the painting are moving.
Green girl comes out of the painting.
God.
And you recognize in your own eyes, in the reflection, sort of an eerie fear. You probably wouldn't like to see yourself like this.
Yeah. I just don't know what the reflection's trying to tell me. Can I try to do... This is gonna be dumb. Can I try to insight my own reflection? See what it's trying to motion towards?
Wow.
Like what it's... Yeah,
I like it.
sure. Insight myself. 14.
It does. You're getting the impression it doesn't want to be left alone. That you don't want to be left alone in this room with that painting.
Last time you reached through and grabbed the key, maybe you can pull yourself through.
Maybe the key opens the door.
Yeah, the key probably opens the door. Is there a door on the opposite side in the reflection?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna back up and I'm going to there's a keyhole on this door.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna unlock it. Does the door on the other side unlock as well?
No. You see the reflection of you following you, but there's no key in its hand. It can't unlock the door.
Then
Throw the key through the mirror.
well, I've unlocked it on my side. I'm just gonna say, Deflator, hold this, and then I'm gonna lightly toss the key at the mirror. Does it bounce off of it?
It does.
Fuck. Just gonna say, keep holding that, and then I am going to move forward, pick up the key, and give it back to my reflection, and then go back and kind of have it fiddle around so that it can open the lock on its side.
Okay. It does so.
Is my door still unlocked?
It is. Deflator's holding it, right?
Yeah. And then I will have it open the door, and then we will both step through and close the door behind us.
As it opens the door, you step through, it steps through, and the room in the mirror is engulfed in shadow. And the mirror is black.
Close the door. Like, well, I just solved a puzzle with myself. That was interesting. And very unnerving. I do not think we want to go back in there.
You often play with yourself during tense situations?
That's not what I am. If you could see what was in there, never mind. I'm not going to entertain your juvenile sense of humor.
Context, Ren. Context is very important. There's always context.
Barn gives a low whistle and kind of gestures towards the tentacle in the water.
Do we see the tentacle?
Yeah, you would just see a couple of tentacles kind of coming up very gently out of the water, and at this point you would hear the voice again say, "The shaman dislikes my jangling, slippery, sacrilegious appendages, that bankrupt, detestable, bloodshot, protuberant shadow. He is not the true power here."
Oh, somebody read the thesaurus as a child.
Something
That
that the
sounds like
shaman,
somebody memorized it.
something that the shaman hates, it could be an ally. But just bear in mind, this coffin has slowly started to open itself.
Right. Well, if it an ally is a strong word, and nothing in any story I have ever read that has tentacles is usually not of oh fuck. It's
That's
usually not.
that's just water with some tentacles coming up from out of it.
Okay. Usually things that have tentacles and are taunting you and all that sort of thing are not not to be trusted. Well, shall we go see what the weird voice wants?
It was just taunting us. It was mostly just talking shit about itself.
Fair. Well,
Varn goes and points. Given the fact that Ren has gone and called attention to the coffin, Varn goes and says, "Best not leave the baddies behind."
Could I get a little bit of light closer?
Deflator just holds the glaive out.
Looking inside, you would see Ren just through this area. It's open probably about like 4 inches or 5 inches or so, and you would just simply see bones inside, and maybe just the corner of a shield.
that shit
Kinda
is
like-
real tempting.
Wave my hand over it.
Nothing
Okay.
happens.
I'm gonna take my sword and just kind of like stick it through and just kind of like tap the skull on the head.
You would have to slide the lid open a bit.
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
As you do so, you see simply bones, which appeared that it may have been, judging by the rough height and looking at the axe and the shield, which appear to be rather weathered in there, you might infer that this was once a dwarf.
Oh.
And with your passive investigation, you would notice that there was what looks like a few pages of parchment in the side of the coffin.
At first, I'm just gonna tap the skull with the sword, see if there's a response.
Nothing happens, and you hear the voice in your head say, "This one died long ago."
I'm gonna try and just think to this voice in my head, because maybe I can tell, like it can just read minds from a distance or whatever, and be like, "Is there a reason the coffin opened itself?"
The voice would say,
Yes.
"Blame the protuberant shadows. I am not the only power in this place."
Ren will take the parchments.
Looking at it, you would notice that it is heavily weathered, frayed. Looks like it is quite old, and there's something written on it in Dwarven.
I can read that.
You can?
Yep.
Excellent. It would say this. You would catch just the bit that's legible. Would say just a few vials of that blood, our clan would be feared again, and then there's like a big smudging, and you can just catch split the electrum.
I'll tell the party that and vials of blood. I don't know.
Anything dealing
Fuck
with
is an
vials of
electrum?
blood. Anything dealing with vials of blood is usually not a good. And would I? Okay, so since this is your setting, would we have to roll to know what electrum is, or is it kind of common knowledge?
It's like a dwarven currency, isn't it?
It's an old
Up to you.
currency.
Yeah. So I mean, you might have to roll history to know. I mean, if you tell me that your character's heard of it, then that's fine.
I'll roll history. I got proficiency in that.
Sure.
There it goes. Okay, it took a second.
Yeah,
11.
you would be familiar that it's a type of currency.
Electrum's a type of currency, not the same sort of things we typically use. So either that is a very old note, or somebody is trading in not normal currency.
Definitely old. Ryder's gonna shut the thing again, the sarcophagus or whatever.
As you do so, the voice in your head would say, "Let this one rest."
All right. I think that voice being very insistent. Let's go see what it has to say.
As you enter from the water, you would see the tentacles. You would see come up from the water what looks like a great octopus of some sort. It's not fully emerging, but you can make it out through the sloshing kind of black water. It appears to be able to... it looks reddish at one point, and then it turns more of a dark blue.
Why am I getting the impression of the octopus from Finding Dory?
Just keep thinking Aboleth, that's all.
They don't have tentacles, I don't think, do they?
No, they do.
They do? Okay.
Yeah.
I've never really gotten a great, accurate description of the aboleths, so
Yeah.
it's just kind of in piecemeal.
Yeah. I'll just kind of think out loud. Go. If you are not a friend of the lizard men, then we have that in common.
He would say, the voice would reply, the protuberant shadow, the shaman. He is not the true power here. He serves the Great One, the true master. Even I fear him.
This great master, does it have a name that perhaps a surface dweller such as I would know?
I dare not speak his name. Even the darkness in the north knows him.
Noted. Do you know approximately where this shaman might be from our location?
He says he walks here, but not close to me. He avoids me, knows I am here, but doesn't want to deal with me. The lizards leave me alone, and I leave them alone.
And what are you exactly?
And at this, the voice seems to raise a bit in your mind, and he says, I am but a stupendous hybrid mildewed parasite animated. And the tentacles are swishing around, kind of angrily splashing the water. Octavian, you're very close. One comes kind of close to your boots.
I'm going to step back just a little bit. Right. Then what were you going to say, Cobra?
Okay, well, pleasure to meet you. We can probably just be on our way.
Yes, I think we have a date with some lizard men, and it will not be a pleasant.
He says, I can see your mind. Octavian, is it?
Yes.
I know what you saw in the mirror.
Yes, it was a bit unnerving. I'm normally more stoic than that.
He would say, I remember when the tower above was whole. It stood for many, many years, ages. And I remember when the shadows first fell. It was glorious. I could open my eyes once more. It is too bright now. This is why I stay beneath the water, under the ground.
Interesting.
Varn begins thinking of the woman, the shadow woman, and goes and says, You know this one?
The tentacles start thrashing around a bit, and he says, "A false sorceress. She attempts to wield the power of the shadows, but she cannot claim it. It is not her birthright." And it's swooshing around.
Whoa, easy there. We are
Burn-
not looking to take a dip, as it were.
Barnes scratches his head and goes and asks, "She's still doing it?"
He says, "She is beyond my sight."
We killed her, remember? Bailate did, I think.
Don't mean dead.
Very true.
The voice laughs a bit and says, "The shadow can never die. Can you kill your own shadow?"
Barnes thinks about it for a minute and goes and says, yes.
He would say, "Your friend, Octavian, he's just put all of you at risk to save his own."
And I point to Varn. This one?
He's referring to you saving your own shadow in the mirror.
Oh. Well, wouldn't have had to do that if I did not get trapped in there in the first place.
He says, "This was not my doing."
I'm aware. Strange to find a, well, possibly friendly face down in these places. But what else could I have done to have gotten out and regroup with my friends?
He would say, "I leave the philosophy to the elves. Most would fear their shadow. You saved it. I must think on this. It's unexpected."
While you're doing that, we will leave you be and find out where this false servant of your master is and put him in his place.
He would say, as you're leaving, he would say, "The master has the power, but he will not give it to the shaman. Greedy he is. Protects the secrets of the elves. That one does. The secrets of this place."
Right, well, you have fun then. Just gonna kind of scoot ourselves along the walls. Is this a closed door, or is this another one of those just like openings that goes nowhere?
That is a closed door. Right here, there is an opening. As you go by, one of the tentacles kind of brushes against your legs, Ren and Octavian. But it's not aggressive. It just kind of brushes past you.
Deflator, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are you moving with us?
Yeah.
I'm splitting the party, guys. Fuck it.
You hear the voice in your head say, "I have many questions for you. Have you none for me?"
I mean, I don't really know what to ask. The main thing we are concerned with is where are we going and what can we expect, but if you do not know those things, then you do not know those things.
How long have you been here?
That's a good one.
"I've been here since the shadows fell long ago."
What did this tower used to be?
And he laughs. He says, "The elves came here long ago, built this place above my home. He says the elves would always speak of its twin. The lizards cannot understand how to restore it. They cannot clear the sky. But the master has this power. I am a stupendous hybrid animated mildewed parasite."
This red mildew. I was trying to see if that was like an
An acronym?
Yeah, if there's an acronym I could do out of that, but it's like nope, there's no vowel where there should be one.
Oh,
Was it the master?
That doesn't mean you couldn't go and rearrange the letters.
Yeah, Ellis, can you post the title he keeps giving himself?
sure.
I want to see. I just had a brain blast.
camp. So was it the master who animated you?
I was here long before him. I will be here long after.
Then what did animate you?
The same thing that animated all of us.
Was this tower built before the humans claimed half of Halcyon?
Long before. This was my home. And the elves built their tower atop it, not knowing I dwelt in the depths.
Do you resent them for it?
No more than you would resent a fly who landed on you.
Flies can be pretty annoying.
You would say, there are no flies here, but there is a harpy.
Keep that one in mind.
The
You
harp.
said you had questions for us, though.
I grow tired.
And what? Do you know what the purpose of this tower was? Why they built it?
The harpy, he would say, I do not know. The elves built this place. They built it when the shadows fell, and I could open my eyes once more.
I got no.
Outside of our minds, I'm just gonna whisper to Ren. It's like, I don't think he quite understands exactly the goings on of what's outside. He speaks in metaphor.
I don't think we have anything else to get. It's an odd creature.
Let's keep moving.
He would say, go now, but remember my words. The harpy guards the darkened way, whose precious fire fades away. The shadows call the light of Ix. Restore if willful, 1st, 5th, 6th. And with that, he slithers beneath the waves, his tentacles slashing around, and you just see some bubbling as the water turns still.
Hold on.
So the harpy guards the darkened way.
Here you go.
We'll get through the harpy to the darkened way. Relight a fire. The light of X. 1st, 5th.
1st, 5th, 6th. I'm gonna copy that and put it in the OOC, and that way I can save it in notes.
As it goes and starts to slip beneath the waters, Varn goes and asks its name.
Name is Stupendous, a hybrid animated mildew parasite.
Champ.
I've heard it like 17 times.
He would.
No, we asked what it was. We didn't ask its name.
It would indicate. He would say, "My name is long forgotten, even to me. I am but a parasite now."
My name is Barry
Mark.
My name is Martha.
Martha.
Varn makes a face and goes and says, "I call
Why did you say that name?
God.
you his best name out here."
So as you are passing in this direction,
Wait for someone with dark vision to tell him what's there.
yes.
You said there wasn't anything past this room.
No, I didn't. I said you could see through it, and there was like water and
Oh.
like not vines, but like well, hold on a second.
That's fine. It's whatever. I see why. Because my dark vision only got to like here or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha.
That's all good. So this room, as you begin to look into it, you see a room overgrown by vegetation, covering the walls, growing up through from the ground. And as you look up, you see this vegetation and these vines going up through this large hole in the ceiling. You see fungal structures around the edge with tendrils like vines kind of hanging down, and nearby. Where is it?
Seems like we found the place where we have to watch out for moss-covered brick, eh?
Seems that.
You have the best eyes. As long as Deflator stays near you, you might be able to see where we should avoid touching.
We could also try the other door in this room.
That's also true.
Varn kind of goes and sticks a toe in the water. How deep does it appear?
1 second.
Nope, there's a body.
Yeah, can you see that? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just putting it over here. I forgot to put it.
Lavender.
Yeah, it's a body just kind of flies by in the air, it floats past you. If you were to put your toe in that water, you would see there that it's not very deep right where you're standing, but it appears to kind of slope down in this direction quite a bit deeper.
But Vaughn could cross where he's at right now, right? Without issue.
You probably could. Yeah, it appears as though, like, the water closer to the walls has kind of sloshed up.
So Varn's gonna go and think towards the creature and go and say, "Squeaky, Varn cross water now."
You would hear no reply.
He shrugs and walks across.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's probably like right kind of near the wall. It would only be a couple inches deep.
All right.
Okay.
Let's say Ren is gonna do he's gonna run across and jump and kind of run across the wall and land on the other side.
I'll just, after seeing that, I'll just march through. Just...
It's just water.
Deflator, come on.
Varn begins taking a look at the door. What kind of a doorknob do we have here?
Yes, on this side, it appears to be a metal door like the others, and it appears to have been welded shut. There's no handle at all.
Well then, I guess we're going the other way.
Varn shrugs and walks back the other way.
That's the decision for us. Marches on through the water. Alright, Deflator, stay behind Ren. Be his light, and keep an eye out for bricks that look out of place.
Well, my pull collapsing and I start hitting every single brick on the ground.
Tink, 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 tink.
It is a floor of bricks.
So having a quarterstaff is usually pretty useful too.
Ren has his harpoon.
Yeah, you do have the harpoon that almost killed you.
That's true.
So, what are we doing?
I guess I can go for. I mean, my past investigation is 15, but I have my investigation itself. If I'm searching, is a +0.
Oh, got it. Yeah, I mean, so as you enter the room, it's just kind of as I described. There's just a lot of moss, and you see this large hole in the ceiling, kind of above you. As you enter the room, you'd be able to kind of see up into it, and it appears to be, if you were to look up far enough, you would kind of see it just kind of goes into blackness above you, and there's these kind of just vines and fungal structures and things kind of around the edge and sort of hanging down.
How far in would we have to get for somebody to be directly below the hole?
Yeah, why don't I? So like oh, that's a hold Alt. Yeah. So it's probably in this area. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably about that area and that large.
I want to see how far up that goes. I can cast light on one of Varn's crossbows and crossbow bolts. You could fire it up there and see how far up it goes.
Sure.
And then, but we would have to be. Let's do that once we know it's safe to approach there first.
Right, and then you would see over here as you enter, you would see another door.
Right. Well, take it away. Look at what we have going in this direction.
And also looking across, as you're entering now, the light is on it, you would see a body in the corner of the room.
Imagine that's probably Evan.
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, I mean, I have a good past investigation, but I would gladly assist people investigating, but
my investigation's +1.
+0.
Mine is +5.
Ooh. Yeah, there you
I
go.
got +2.
So, yeah, Deflator would probably want to be the one actively checking in with Ren's keen eye for detail. He can assist you.
Yeah, it's almost like I stole things from people and then resold them.
I don't know what you're talking about. You borrowed them. You
I
clearly
borrowed-
gave them back
called
to somebody
wealth
else.
reappropriation. We're redistributing the wealth. All right, so I think that's a cue for Deflator to do a investigation check at advantage, I guess, just to find a safe path. I guess. I don't know.
Sure.
We're just sitting here in this doorway for a while.
Varn is talking to Squiggy.
So,
Let's be honest.
What are we investigating?
I'm looking for traps.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. You don't see any obvious traps.
Or like bricks that are covered in moss that are like strangely elevated or something like that.
No, I don't. Yeah, no, you don't see anything like that.
I'm trying to like use like the blade part of the harpoon to like scrape the moss, like without like pressing down on the bricks, like scraping the moss off.
Mm-hmm. It would appear to come up, revealing stone, stone floor below you.
Well, let's see if we can make sure it's safe all the way to underneath the hole. I want to see how far up it goes.
Yeah, however far in that check gets us.
Well, 24, probably pretty far.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you are looking up with a light source, or
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you would see that. Yep. So yeah, the ceiling above you is made of stone, but around this hole, it's been broken away, and it just looks like dirt. And you can see like roots and things as you look up, purportedly from like trees up above or what have you. It appears to go up maybe this hole, maybe 10 feet or so, but it does kind of like mushroom out. So it there's space. If you were to climb up, there looks like there'd be like a crawl space or something up there. It's not just a hole that goes straight up. It appears as though there's some room up above there to maneuver.
Probably an old basin or something like that.
I don't like it.
Well, let's ignore it and go this way and check out that door.
I'm gonna keep watching the hole while they check the door.
Here, while he's doing that, I'll assist Deflator if we need to. I will assist Deflator in her investigation checks as we get closer to the door.
Okay, I think I missed it, but what are these?
It's moss. I
Yeah,
think.
just like piles of moss and fungus, mushrooms and things, different fungal structures that are just kind of scattered around on the floor, growing up out of the stone.
Okay.
So Deflator's checking the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From this side, you notice sort of like a regular looking handle, and there's a keyhole.
Don't you have a key, Octavian?
I did to unlock that other door, but would I have been able to take it with me?
Didn't you give it to your doppelganger?
Oh yeah, I did. I gave it to my duplicate to unlock his side of the door.
Octavian gave the key away.
Oh no, I didn't know.
Is the door unlocked?
Are you turning the handle?
Yes.
It is locked.
Fuck.
Can you pick it?
I
Not
don't
to
have
assume,
thieves'
but
tools.
do you have thieves' tools?
No, I said I don't have thieves' tools.
Well, time for Octavian Battering Ram Part 2.
Okay.
Or we could do this the easier way.
That being...
This.
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch
Oh,
Bleed.
wow.
Pew.
That definitely fizzles out, but at this moment, Ren, you feel something very sticky on your back as you are grappled, and we're going to roll for initiative.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Hold on.
I can't be surprised.
That's also true. He can't be surprised.
What the hell is that?
It's my initiative. I have the tiebreaker on.
Oh, okay. We'll deal with we'll deal with that, Ren. Don't worry.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Varna's ready to fucking go.
I swear, if this is that moss demon from Mordenkainen's, I'm gonna fucking scream. It's like that.
God,
alkali-
if it is, I mean, Ellis is giving me a throwback to when Vlad 2 almost died.
Yeah,
Let me-
the alkalith.
Let me roll here.
God.
Ooh. Initiative. Regular.
It is also 1 o'clock. Do we really want to do combat right now?
It'll be a quick one.
You sure about that?
Maybe.
Famous last words. Oh no, cave fishers. Oh no.
Do you want to wait till next week?
No.
Yeah, I think maybe we should do this and then probably call it.
Yeah.
Oh boy, cave fishers.
Do I have a... Let me look here. Do I have a Ren roll?
Yes.
I don't have a turn. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. 19.
Later needs one as well. Here, while you're doing that, I'm gonna pull up some combat.
Yes, please. Deflator, did you roll?
I did. I got a 12.
Oh, okay, cool.
I actually need to turn on the tiebreaker thing. How do I do that?
It's on Beyond 20. You can go to the more options and do initiative tiebreaker.
Oh, fuck. That means I have to go into my Firefox add-ons.
So it says that. So how does that work? So Ren can't be surprised. It says the cave fisher uses the action to extend the sticky filament up to 60 feet. It adheres to anything it touches. A creature adhered to the filament is grappled by the cave fisher. Escape DC 13, and ability checks made to escape the grapple have disadvantage. So it's attempting to grapple Ren.
Does it have like an attack roll, or does it have an initial ability check to see if it lands?
Well, see, the way I read it, it simply says.
Here, I normally don't like pulling up. I normally don't want to pull up monster stats while we're doing that, but I at least want to see what the is it Fisher as in like FIS?
Yeah, the way I read it was that it just works, and then you have to escape it.
Well, things like the way that surprise works to me, like if something aggressive is going to happen, combat starts with initiative before anything actually happens.
Yeah.
And then everyone who is surprised doesn't get to go that round.
Okay.
Right. It just says it grapples you, but wait. Oh, adhesive filament can use its action to extend a sticky filament. Here's anything it touches. It just says it works, but the filament can be attacked, and then it uses its action on its turn to basically pull the character, to pull the grappled creature.
Yeah, so like the way I'm thinking of it, and I'm totally open for suggestions, but it's like Ren standing by the hole, the Eldritch Blast kind of woke it up, and it looks down, and it just tries to grab Ren. It's ahead of Ren in the initiative. Would Varn maybe see it moving and Varn gets his turn? You want to do that?
I think
it depends. It depends.
I just get confused because I can't surprise Ren, but am I surprising Varn?
Yes. So that's weird. So right now, Octavian, Deflator, and Varn would have the surprise condition, which means they don't get to go. And then you pretty much start at initiative order. Okay. So Varn, surprise, skips turn, goes to Cave Fisher.
Okay. So with its action, it is attempting. It extends a sticky filament, and it's attempting to adhere to anything it touches, and that's its action. So I believe it is adhered to you. So now your turn. You can attempt to escape the grapple if you choose, or whatever you want to do.
I think you said I can attack the filament, right?
You can. So it's yes. You can attack it.
But it has its own AC, and it has hit points and certain resistances. I think they list those all out in the.
I'll let some of it
in the ability, not the thing.
Yeah, I'll let some of it be a surprise to Ren unless you have the thing up.
I would say Ren would draw his sword and try and cut the filament with his first attack.
Okay.
Oof.
Ooh, the Captain's Vengeance.
That's a nice.
Yeah, so the 27 would hit, and that is 7 damage, which would cut it in half.
Where's the cold damage coming from? Where'd the sword come from?
Ren stole the sword.
Oh, when did you steal the sword?
Remember when he sold the club and then stole the sword?
Yeah, our text adventure.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Turns out it's fancy.
Okay.
How far up is it?
About 10 feet.
I gotta read my skill, make sure I'm reading it right. I guess I'll kick a sunbolt at it.
Okay.
I'm hoping a 19 hits.
Yes, it would.
So that's about all I've got. Ren is gonna back up so it can't drip on him again. And then say to the group, just up overhead or whatever.
All right, let them come to us.
So then that would re-begin initiative with Varn.
No, it'd go to the next fisher. Or fisher, Jesus. Cave fisher.
Oh,
So
okay.
you continue going down the initiative track.
Oh, okay, got it. Right, so this one is going to slither down a little bit, gripping the edge of the cave, and figure 10 and then 20. It has a 60-foot range. It's going to attempt to grab Octavian.
All right.
So Octavian is grappled, and we go to Varn.
Put a little spider web on me.
Yeah.
Yay! All right, folks. Let's see what this fun new little toy is capable of. So Varn is going to utilize the sharpshooter function, and we're going to see what we can do here. That's gonna miss.
Ooh, I like that name, Bone Crusher.
Yeah, I do. I also like it.
It does force damage,
Yes,
dude. That's sick.
because so basically, what it goes
Oh my
and does,
fucking
it
god!
knocks
Plus
things back.
15 damage.
Yeah, sharpshooter.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It knocks. It's got knockback on it, so we gave it force damage because it's magical damage, but it has knockback, so we gave it force damage to go and give it a reason to push things.
I like how everybody has all these cool things, and it's like Octavian's like, I got a sword and a shield. Granted, I have a lot of cool abilities. I think it evens that out.
But yeah, that's a miss.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Well, that sucks.
Reload. Do it again.
Yeah. You know what? We will certainly do that. So I forgot that I have 2 attempts.
I'll fucking do it again.
Yeah, I'll fucking murder you.
I think that hits.
That's a big hit. Which one are you aiming at? Left
So
or right?
I'm aiming at. I'm assuming this one,
Okay.
and I've got 400 feet worth of
Okay.
Look at the
shoot
minimum
distance.
damage
So
is 16. Jesus fucking Christ.
yeah, because it's got the plus 10 from sharpshooter.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking crazy.
Ah, dude, that sucks. That's a dual 1 for damage.
Yeah.
That blows, but oh well. So yeah, that's Varn's turn.
Okay. That will bring us to this first cave fisher again. Who is going to... Where the hell is my thing? There it is. This one's going to kind of slither down and use its movement to get up close and personal with Octavian. Actually, hold on a second.
It's gonna get off of the ceiling.
Uh,
Usually they try to grapple and pull it towards to get it
well,
off its feet.
This one has me grappled, not that one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true. And it is going to... Well, let me look here for a second. What's its...
they begin
Oh.
fighting over Octavian.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have a lot of speed. Right, so it's going to make 2 claw attacks.
You're on my bad side. That's where my shield is, you stupid fuck.
That is a 13 and an 8. So it is attempting to claw at you. It's got these pincers and it's going like click click click, but it's not. It can't grab you. And it's
Bash,
gonna,
I'm just like the shield is like tink tink. It's like stop it.
yep. And then it's going to bring us to Ren.
Then we'll, I guess, dash over here and make 2 attacks against that thing.
Okay. That's a hit. So is that 12?
Yep.
Okay.
Is it still up?
It is. It's looking bloodied. Oh.
Oh! Ooh!
21 total.
Ren, with his captain's vengeance, you would slice the cave fisher in half.
And I think like with the cold, it freezes the blood of the cave fisher as he's cutting through, so it doesn't leak, it just kind of fall.
Yeah, it's got this green blood that starts to kind of ooze out, but it just kind of freezes up into these crystalline structures on the floor as it falls into two pieces.
I think that'll be it. I don't use any key yet.
Okay.
So that's me.
Drive me closer. I wish to strike it with my sword.
Actually, can I make an unarmed attack at this filament that's holding Octavian? Because I can use my bonus attack to make one unarmed strike.
It's like karate chop it.
Yeah.
Sure.
You get stuck.
So a 16 would hit, and that would break it.
Ah.
I was really hoping you rolled low, and then you got stuck to it.
Well, we're going on a trip.
I was really excited.
Although it says that the cave fisher can lift something that's 200 pounds. Octavian is big, and in his armor is probably close to that.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if he'd be able to lift both of us.
No, he wouldn't.
So, all right, cool. Thanks, Ren.
So the cave. Oh, go ahead, Ren.
Anytime. That's me.
The cave fisher, as the filament is broken, it kind of skitters back up into the hole a little bit, and it's going to make that filament attack at Ren and attempt to grapple Ren. So that's adhered to you now, Ren, and that brings us to Deflator.
Sticky. How far up is it, by the way?
So I feel like the ceiling is probably I don't know, 8 or 9 feet above you, and then it's probably 3 feet higher than that. So that's why I say it's probably 10 feet up.
Okay.
So the thing goes 60 feet. So I'm figuring he's pretty good.
Yeah.
You said it's 10 feet up, right?
Yeah, about.
Poke
I
it.
have 10 feet range.
You sure do.
I'm up. Oh, what's that one Dark Souls dance where you it might have been from Dark Souls where they have the big glaives and they're
That's a hit.
thrusting them up and dancing.
Oh,
know if
that's
from-
it's not a
Oh.
dance. It's a weapon art from DS1.
Oh yeah,
That's
it's
another
you're
hit.
doing that.
As Deflator is just poking upwards with her glaive, poking holes in the cave fisher. Mm-hmm. Is that it for Deflator?
Yeah, that'll be my turn.
It brings us to Octavian, and now you've got this sticky residue sort of all over your armor, and you see your something your associate in arms. I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. Poking upwards, poking holes in it.
The problem is I can't.
Comrade.
Reach it.
Comrade in
Yeah.
arms. Thank you. I couldn't think of
The problem
it.
is I can't reach it with my weapon. Unless, actually, would you allow a running high jump and attack it?
Sure. Why don't you do a?
You said it's 10 feet up, and with a running high jump with Octavian's strength, that would get him at least 5 feet up.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to run kind of over here, it's about 20 feet, and you'd have 10 more feet of. Well, yeah. I mean, you'd have 10 more feet of
It's
movement.
just one attack, and
Sure.
if it misses, I'll use my other to try and break the filament.
Sure. Do you want to roll like acrobatics or athletics, or does that?
I'll
not...
do an I don't know. That's up to you.
Yeah, sure. Why not for fun?
Okay, let's do an athletics. 16.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think you could probably get up there and take a little poke.
All right, let's roll that longsword attack. 16.
That would hit.
13 damage.
13. You actually you sort of slice off the tip of one of its legs.
Still up.
It is. It's looking very bloodied.
Okay, I had 20 feet there. I'm gonna move another 10 feet back, and then I'm gonna strike the filament.
I feel like you used your movement with the jump.
Okay. Can I still hit the filament from where I am when I landed? Or is it too high up?
I feel like it's too high.
Okay. Yeah, and that's pretty much going to be my turn.
Okay.
I don't think a standing high jump isn't going to be high enough to get me up there.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to picture it. Yeah, I think that's
fine.
That's fine.
I at least wanted to get one good hit in on it.
Oh yeah. Varn.
Varn is Varn's just gonna take a quick shot at it. Utilize the regular non-sharpshooter.
That would hit for 14.
All right. So there's one, and
that's it,
we're
Jim.
gonna do it again.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Now, here's my question to you. Given the fact that this has knockback, if they're on the ceiling, are they actually on the ceiling anymore?
So the whole sort of, like I said, there's almost kind of like a crawl space above the ceiling.
Okay.
Which is where
All right.
where they're operating. So it could very well be pushing them kind of back into that area.
Okay. All right.
So I mean, let me just. So I mean, it would probably, push him back a little bit like that.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Now here's. Okay, never mind. So the crit is 3.
Right. Also, oh yeah, the crit. Yeah. Also, how do you want to do this?
Just explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So yeah, what we'll go and do is we'll aim for it head, and once the bolt punches into its skull, it'll rock its head back and smash it on the wall.
It does, and as the body comes to a rest, it sort of flops over, with the legs kind of hanging over the opening in the ceiling.
Varn goes and kind of raises a crossbow, looks at it, and goes and says, "You're pretty good. You're pretty good for a knife here."
It was almost worth all my most of my money at the time.
It was only 40 gold I owed him.
No, that's not what he told me, but whatever.
You didn't ask.
I'm past being mad about it.
If there's nothing else going on, Ren will kind of cut himself loose. And while they're playing with the door, Red would kind of want to make him like avoiding the more mossier parts, like towards this body here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, was there 3 of them?
Where's the third one? Oh,
It was underneath Ren.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I didn't. That's. I thought I deleted the body by accident.
Oh.
That's why I just hit duplicate. So, examining the body, Ren, you would see this is a body in tattered leather armor, laying on the floor, with some short swords still in its hands.
Anything remarkable? Any potions? Any identifying documents or anything like that?
Not really. The body does look like it was probably clawed open by these cave fishers, more likely than not.
All right, well, stand back, Deflator. I'm going to open this. And I'm gonna bull charge the door with my shield out in front.
Okay.
It was unlocked.
Was it? No, it wasn't. It was
No,
locked.
No.
I was kidding.
Would that be a strength check?
Athletics, maybe, since I'm running at it.
Sure.
24.
Wow. The door does dent inwards, and you would notice the hinge on the side crack a little bit.
Is it cracked enough to where I can, like, push it over, or do I have to hit it again?
You'd probably have to hit it again.
All right. All right. Once more, with feeling.
We're making a lot of racket. Do I hear anything on the other side?
With your passive perception, you might hear a little bit of shuffling.
God, I need to get some thieves' tools. I haven't had any tools to rob anybody since my old Thieves Guild friends.
Right, well, here we go. And I'm going to run at it again. And 11.
It seems to loosen enough that you could sort of see into the other room, and also Octavian would take 1 bludgeoning damage.
All right, that's fine. Not as good of a hit. All right, not as good of a hit. I'm going to take a break from that before I concuss myself.
What type of door is this? Is this metal again?
It was metal, yeah.
Barnes gonna load a bolt. What type of door handle does it have?
This particular door had more of just like a normal handle.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Varn's gonna walk over to the door and put a bolt through it.
Through the door handle?
Through the door handle, yeah.
Okay.
Let me open my tab here. Yeah.
That I believe that would blow the door off the hinge.
God.
Does that sound about right?
I mean, with
That's
everything
cool.
we've done to it, yeah, probably.
Yeah, Octavian did like fucking bull charge into it twice. I fired 2 Eldritch Blasts at it. I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Pretty sure only one of those Eldritch Blasts hit it, though.
That's true. One did fizzle out.
It had a reinforced hinge. So are you looking through the door, Varn?
Yes.
Looking from your vantage point, you would look through the door, and you would actually, before you even look, you would hear a little bit of shouting in a language that sounds like Draconic.
Well, we found our lizard.
These are kobolds.
And looking through the door, Varn, you would see a pack of lizard folk preparing for your entry.
Meal?
Yes. And that's probably a good place to stop.
Yep. We'll start up with initiative, I guess.
Yes. Can I tell you guys a secret?
Mm-hmm.
There was a key.
Oh, was there?
Yes. You didn't really.
It was probably on the body that nobody bothered to check.
Ren did check the body.
Oh, did he? Okay.
There was another body up in the hole that one of the cave fishers dragged up there and ate.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's clever. I like that.
I mean, it's supposed to, it pulls its victims up.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But hey, I play a very high strength character. I want to show it off. Fucking bolt charge the door. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Knock, knock, motherfuckers.
Absolutely.
You could have thrown the goblin.
If it's something in the water, Ren knows about it. Ren doesn't know shit about these things.
Knock, knock. Open up the door.
Knock, knock, motherfucker.
So like if you had found the key and been kind of quiet, they would have been kind of like sleeping or whatever. But now they're up and ready to go.
That's fine. I want to kill something.
Yeah.
I've been denied sending a message to Stab. It's
Mm.
like, so I want to tell you, Jake and I were talking about this
Yeah.
the other day. So we had an idea of
You had an
well,
idea.
I had an idea, and you're just like, yeah, that's fucking cool. Where we were gonna fight the goblins, and then assuming that one of them was still alive and didn't run, Octavian would have grabbed it by the wrist and lifted it up and looked right at its face. It basically said, "Now you give Stab a message
Oh, dear.
from me. Nobody fucks with the Praetor and his friends." And then I would ask Deflator to help him down, and Deflator would cut the goblin's hand off at the wrist.
Ooh.
And Deflator would probably say something along the lines of, "Now get going. You're on borrowed time."
Ooh.
Yeah.
Badass. You got.
Oh, we didn't get to do that.
You guys are jerks, man. Like, what is it? Like, why is the former pirate the nicest of the group?
I know.
It's because you're reformed. You've gone through your edgy phase. Octavian
you
also
know-
had a lot of pent up anger to let out on all of that.
I'd like to think that Deflator is somewhat nice.
Varn is actually the nicest one of all of us.
Yeah, Varn is the nicest one because he's too dumb to be mean.
That's a little mean. That's a little mean.
Yeah.
But it's probably true to some extent.
I actually no, he's not. He's got an intelligence of 15.
I think his.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I
He
was gonna
does?
say. I think.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I think his intelligence is like 1 or 2 higher than
Well,
mine.
I've said that like 4 times, and every time I bring it up, everyone's like, "Well, he's smart. He's smart just for a goblin, which means he's still retarded."
No.
I've never said that.
Yeah.
This is usually what I've been told.
Casual fantasy.
I don't know if anyone's still looking at Roll20 or not, but this door here, you would get the impression, obviously, that it's like welded from the other side. So like these guys, like they're sleeping in here, they don't want to deal with this whatever's going on over here, so they just welded that shut.
Yeah, and it's only the other door's only like 35 feet
Yeah.
from that room.
Well, that's
Real
true.
smart.
That's true.
Oh, so I was going to tell you about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it was one of the first things I did with my Northern Virginia friends on Roll20. And they were going across the sea to a different continent. And on the boat, there was a murder. And so they were being the obvious ones who could have probably pulled off the murder. The captain was like, "Look, it's too fucking obvious. You guys are pretty nice, so I'm pretty sure you didn't do it. So I want you to figure out what's going on." And they found that this guy was a powerful mage, and he had recovered something really important from the continent that they were just on. And he had a chest that had the item in question inside of it, but it had like a kind of number lock where you kind of spin the wheels and it has the numbers on it. And they found notes in his spell book about a reminder of what the password was supposed to be. Because this guy's a little scattered brain, he can't really keep that stuff straight, so he wrote it down. And the clue was there was a number and then a word next to each one. So for number 1, it was deity. Number 2 was moon. Number 3 was arcana. Number 4 was siblings. Or number 4 was fingers, and number 5 was sibling. And so when they got all of the things in order, they figured out what each one meant, and then they had to figure out what the combination was in the thing, and it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's amazing. I've got the same
God.
combination on my luggage.
That's the joke. Exactly. So, and like Jake was like about to solve it, and they went like, "I swear to God, if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm gonna scream." And on our Discord,
Why do you say that?
Yeah, and on our, and like when he said that, when they said that before before finally putting it all together, I had to mute my mic. I couldn't stop laughing. And like for a while on that Discord, my my role name was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, jeez.
So
That's awesome.
I had fun with that one. That was that was great.
Well, so like the problem I have when if you look on like Reddit or like whatever toolkits and stuff for like different puzzles to get inspiration. There's like a lot of like cool like starter ideas, but it never gives like proposed solutions. And I know like like every problem should have multiple solutions. Like this one, you got to get this door open. You guys beat the shit out of it. Perfect. You know what I mean? But it's just like some of the puzzles you see, it's like, oh, you know, there's these like 3. I read this one, and it's like you've got to get like the pieces of this bowl. They're all scattered around, and you got to find the pieces and put them together. And at the bottom, there's a rune that says salt, and you've got to go on the shelf and find alchemical ingredients to make this kind of like alchemist salt, and then you use that to like blow a hole in something. And I'm just like, it sounds like it's too much work. And like, why would the bowl say salt? And then, you know, I mean, it just didn't make sense to me. Some of these,
yeah.
Like, what?
I
don't know.
For stuff like that, I feel like when especially when it comes to magic-based puzzles,
yeah,
it needs to be something that's fairly. It needs to, the method of how to solve it needs to be fairly obvious. It's the solution that has to be, like, you have to have all of the puzzle pieces.
Yeah,
and it just is how it fits together, not necessarily the order of operations. Order of operations puzzles are kind of like Rube. I call them Rube Goldberg puzzles. I don't like those.
Yeah, I
like just puzzle. You sit down and like I think one of the very first ones I did for my Sunday group was just they had to match up different names of these heroes that were buried in this tomb and light certain braziers that had their names on them. And what they had to figure out was which ones joined this order first. And so you had to put it in order that way.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So that was one of the first ones I did. That one wasn't as good because then there was no consequence for getting it wrong. I should have put some kind of consequence for getting it wrong.
Yeah.
So they just kind of, went down the list. So.
Yeah, see, my Minotaur's dungeon, when like the 3 pillars.
Oh yeah.
In there, the first group I ran, whenever they made an impossible move, everyone took 1 lightning damage because the room charged up.
That's cool.
I did that just because, like, they were a really powerful group, and they had a life cleric.
Ooh, yeah.
So I'm like, all right, how do I burn some of this asshole spells before they the Minotaur?
I did one that was a puzzle door. I forget which one that was session that was, but basically the idea was that it was a door that led into a thief's stronghold. So it's like one of the cells of this thieves guild in the city, and the door had these had different words written on it in different languages, and one of the things that they found in the previous place that they went that had some members of this thieves guild in it was there was a clue of remember our creed. Basically there were 5 words that you had to match up that went to their creed, kind of like the 5 tenets of the Dark Brotherhood, and you had to push the different words in the correct order, and if you failed, the door would shoot poison gas in your face.
Yeah.
And it would get progressively worse. Like I think it capped out at like 5 to 10, and this is like a 5th level party. But they got it in three tries, and they altered people, and they did pretty well.
Yeah.
But that one was interesting, and I specifically designed it so that their characters would not have all of the languages necessary to find the solution, so they have to. So there is a little bit of guesswork with it, but they had 4 out of the 5.
Right.
No, we had 3 out of the 5. You thought we had 4 out of the 5.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. You
because you mistook a language that I knew.
Yeah, I thought you knew. I thought you knew Halfling what it was, but you knew Gnomish.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's okay. They're both 3 feet tall. It's hard to to separate.
It is weird. They're both really close in size, but they're 2 very distinct races.
Why are gnomes taller?
Yeah, why are gnomes taller? I always thought gnomes were shorter.
No.
I'm waiting for if Ren departs one way or the other, for you to meet my next character.
All right, are they a gnome?
Oh, but they're different.
Oh boy. Well, hopefully.
My
If-
backup character is actually already in the world.
Yeah,
Knock,
Varn.
knock?
No, Varn's DM me a little bit about that.
Okay.
It's not good. I don't think you want to meet this guy.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
We just killed
I,
them.
I have a backup character planned. I have not talked to Alice at all about it, though. I mean, I'll just straight up say what they are. They're a chaotic, evil, warforged, wild magic sorcerer.
That's amazing.
I'm almost concerned.
See, I have one backup character that already has a sheet built and everything like that. I would just have to change something around on them. And then I have one that's an idea. And my idea was they would be an Echo Knight. And they would literally be from Wildmount, but they were a part of a Dunamancy ritual that teleported them into a different dimension. So he doesn't know anything about this place. He's only been here for like a year, but when he woke to, he had the Echo Knight powers.
That's interesting.
Just like a complete literal fish out of water.
Mm-hmm.
And like I imagine his only languages would be like Common and Zemnian, and that's it.
I doubt he'd know Zemnian if he's I guess I mean was it he like part of the Empire and they were messing around with one of the Dunamancy.
Yeah, he was a volunteer for a ritual, for an experiment that they needed that they needed people for, and he's like, well, it's my duty to the Empire to serve, and I might as well.
Trent Nickathon.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be Trent Ickathon. It would probably be somebody on the Assembly was doing it. But basically he just, he was some soldier, and they were like, hey, we need volunteers, and he's like, I will do it, and it kind of worked. Like, he's not entirely sure if everything was successful, but there was an effect that happened. So it's just this fish out of water variant human. I don't even know what I would build him. Definitely like a two-handed warrior. Definitely like a big like DPS tank kind of guy. There's a lot of I wouldn't do dual wield because there's a lot of good things that you can do as a bonus action with the Echo Knight. But yeah.
Can I tell you something really small that nobody picked up on, and I don't think anybody would, and it doesn't really matter?
Sure.
Just like a little Easter egg, and I put it in the recap, but I realized it's so insignificant. Like, I don't know why I don't know why I expected anybody to catch it, but the pact that Brilwyn was kind of going on about was called the Day of Arms and Bread. Mm-hmm. And the backstory there was just that it was about allowing the history of Vanador is about how Vanad left like the hilt of his sword, and like he broke it off and he turned it into like a plow. It's just like a legend, right? So it's about they're very much about like farming and like earning, mm-hmm. Tilling the land, respecting the land, blah blah blah. So it's about the point is that Lil Min, she's a little scattered as you catch, and she kept saying, "It's a great day for bread. It's a great day for bread," and because she knows what's going on, but her mind is a little bit addled. Do you know what I mean? So she's she's a little off, and I'm just like, I thought it was just like great Easter egg, and I'm like, I don't think anybody would ever pick up on that, so I'm just gonna tell them.
No, that's actually really cool. It's definitely that's the kind of Easter egg little shit that I would kind of expect from Matt Mercer or something like that.
Well, Jesus.
It's definitely something I picked up. I'm like, okay, there's a reason she's saying this, but I don't know what it is.
She's a gnome, right?
She is, yeah, and she was trying to warn Varn, but she doesn't have the presence of mind to just come out with what he needs to know.
Yeah, definitely. She seemed like she was weird, so I didn't pick up on it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Barn is just sitting there stuffing his face full of bread.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was actually explaining it. My dad asked me about the campaign sometimes, you know. I was kind of explaining it to him, and I'm like, the younger dwarves are very much like, you're not going to honor this old thing. That's ridiculous. He's tricking you. And the old stubborn dwarves are like, you're damn right we're going to honor it. It's like, oh god, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah. That sounds exactly like dwarven society.
Yeah.
You have all of the old curmudgeons who stuck in their ways, and then you have the other people who will become old curmudgeons stuck in their ways. They don't like the current old curmudgeons stuck in their ways.
Yeah.
It's just this constant cycle of curmudgeons.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well,
but
this is great. I'm glad we're finally killing things again.
yeah, you know, I would say in terms of like the number of rooms, we made a really good chunk.
Okay. So what you're saying is, after this fight, I should probably put my my sword oil on.
I am just concerned that you have too many goddamn health potions. You have like 20 of them.
No such thing. Just make it so that we don't get a lot of health potions later on.
Right.
Like, you know,
Ren has one.
I can fucking make them.
that's also true.
Yeah.
Barn's been sitting on one since session 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right, no, 6 of them are still in the Lisa's pack up top.
Didn't you?
No, I think we took like at least 4 or 5 out of that. I have like 2 or 3.
Yeah. And Gerard is making more, or he's trying to.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely read that journal entry if you didn't. I was gonna read it just like for the stream or whatever. But
through it.
yeah, that's like kind of like the meat of the whole of like his whole story there.
Yeah, I read through it.
Yeah. Corbin just kind of lost his mind, and they're like, you know, we got to get out of here. So like, Gerard, you know, kind of blames him as well too. Like I think they all would have got out of there alive if it wasn't for Corbin. It's kind of one way to look at it.
Nothing you can do about that now. Let's kill some lizards.
Yes. Yes.
It's it ain't much, but it's honest work.
Yeah. I know it. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. I had fun tonight, guys. I'm looking forward to next week.
Yeah.